All right, we are live. Let's do this. Here. Just post this and this and what do. And here we go. I'm gonna run some oh, I can hear myself. It's not generally not a good sign. It's just okay, that works. Alright, so I did have a run already going. Went for the mercenary node, and Twitch should be going live soon, I guess, soonish. Yeah, it should be okay. Should be okay. Alright, where are we? Okay, so this is not the best, but it is a keep. Hey Shosny, how are you doing this morning, sir? Welcome back to the stream. Let's see what we get first from the acorn and the other acorn, and nothing much. So we're going to open with a ruby, getting champion power, improving stabby, using this, and then attacking with everything. 9 damage on the first turn is not too bad. It doesn't appear that we're going to be getting a kill on the second turn though. It's a shame, but we're perfectly 9 for a third turn kill, so there's that. 7, 9, we're at 11, and we can go up 3 point with that, or maybe 4 point with that. We're just going to go with Abominate this time. Next turn we can optimize our turn. Not that it matters much, but just missing 4 damage is not too bad. Would have loved to be able to play 3 drop, a 2/1 drops on turn 2, but that's life. Alright, so attacking here, and then passing the turn. And we win! Now what I did recently was try and create a good Katsuhiro deck. There are some fights that if you're doing other dungeons with the big spider build, where you know they're not well suited for the build, which is very all in on one troop. So it helps to have mercenaries that are able to alleviate that, and the one of the first fight that come to mind is the last fight of the first dungeon in Adventure Zone 2 with the gnolls. It's like a 3-4 stage fight, and there's a lot going on there. Inquisition, contract killing. I don't really need contract killing, and I guess I'm going to Skittering Dark here. This, popping Overwatch, and attacking for 4, 6 plus 6, 12. First turn is a very good turn. Huh. Depending on what we draw, we might be able to end the final next turn. We're going to do 8 plus 2. That's 10. We can add 3. We're very close. Oh, we didn't get it. Very, very close. Could do this or this. Actually, we can do this. No, that doesn't work. Alright, I tried to be cute, but that's not how things ended up working. Missing the kill by 2? Oh no! That's not good. Should mitigate more aggressively. It's been a while since I played it, a few days, and you really need to know the list by heart, know which mitigants are good enough or not. I've been keeping very average mitigants, very average ends, and when you do, you end up with turn 3 kills. Not that it's a whole lot of difference between turn 3 and turn 2, when you don't have to play any cards on turn 3 to just kill your opponent, but it does matter if you do a great deal of runs. So this morning we're just going to do a bit of big spider farming. I did get published this week for a Venom Ranger guide from level 1 to level 10, where you can start 11, where you can start farming. So don't hesitate to give it a try. Very, very cool guide. Very easy to level up your first character, your Venom Ranger, with the instructions that are in there. So don't hesitate to swing by and give some feedback, and we'd be fairly appreciated. Alright, where to go with this? I love leg shot on this guy. We're certainly activating champion power, popping Overwatch, usual stuff. We're going for Ruby first, and this. I think that the 3 damage we get from this is going to be better than the rest. That works. It's 9-10 attack, and next turn we can play a decent amount of stuff. We can add 5 attack to our spider from the get-go. Oh, nice. We get 3 and maybe 4. Okay. Okay, so 6, 8. Do we go with the Hired Horn and the Seeing Red? Skittering Dark. We're definitely playing Seeing Red. I mean, it's 3 damage for 1. And then we go with Hired Horn. We remove the blocker, which is perfect. And missing the kill just by 2. Oh. Very, very close. Another Seeing Red. Would have played the Seeing Red on the first turn. Would have been I'm not sure it would have mattered, but let's try another one. Can also maybe after that one we can switch to the warrior build that was submitted in the Adventurers Guide thread, which is pretty cool. It's very, very close in terms of speed with the big spider build. It's just a bit less consistent, but it's fairly good. It's very, very good. It's a bit more dependent on your hands, right? Because the average hand from the big spider deck will get you a turn 2 win, sometimes turn 3. The wire 2 koi build, what happens is that if you have Xokoi in your opening hand, you will get a turn on kill on turn 2. But if you don't, there's less chance that it works out. So do we keep that? We've got first turn Hired Horn, next turn we've got Contract Killing, Glyph of Fade Red. Yeah, that seems pretty decent. So we'll be able to... We're not blocking this guy. First turn we want Ruby 4. Now this is where it gets interesting. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's pop Overwatch. And now this is where do we get a 3/3 attack, or do we get this guy? Maybe we kill this and then we attack. I think it's better to go with more troops in this situation. Just for the fact that we've got a Glyph of Hatred for the next turn, so being wider is best. And going for the 4-man add does add an additional troop over playing the Cutthroat, so we're going to do that. What do you think your farming rate is in plat per hour? It really depends on the speed. If I like turn off the stream, turn off everything, there's even ways to disable the background and everything. I think that for the most part, when I really concentrate, I'm able to get in the range of 8-minute runs in Great Machine Graveyard. So 8-minute runs in Great Machine Graveyard is about it's about 27k gold per hour, so 27,000 gold per hour. And if you can go down to 7-minute per run, it's about 31k gold per hour. So it's fairly decent, and it doesn't account to the value of packs. So that's another very, very good thing to keep in mind. Here, Glyph of Hatred, and we're going to get a turn to kill. Yeah. All right, so I mean, when I really concentrate and I really optimal on the clicks and don't waste any time, and I really do farm for like an hour or two, I get like, I'd say I'm able to do between 7 minutes and 8 minutes on average on the Great Machine Graveyard. And that's between like 25k and 31k gold per hour, more or less. $15 an hour. Yeah, it's really hard, and not everyone is able to maintain pace, right? I'm not, to be honest, I'm not very good at keeping pace. After like 5-6 runs, I start slowing down and you know, lose concentration, so to speak. It's really, really hard to really achieve these numbers in a consistent manner. This is one of the reasons why it's not everyone that's able to do to farm efficiently for a long time. It does take a very specific mindset and skill sets to do it. Here, not the best start in the world, but turn 2 we can do 14 with the spider, and if we get anything that is 1 cost that does damage, we should make it. Sadly we didn't. So 8, 9, 12. Oh, we got this. We got this. Never mind. We got this. All right. So yeah, that's the thing, right? And these numbers, because the numbers are always like you generate these numbers and you do the calculation as if you were optimal, because that's the only real way to be able to start comparing some amount of numbers to have a common ground, so to speak. So you go with the optimal numbers, but you know, of course, when you're at the execution phase, no one is perfect and no one is able to keep perfect pace for 8 hours. Like it's really, really, really hard, and it asks for a lot of concentration. So there's that to keep in mind as well. Yeah, we'll keep that. Hopefully we get Thirst with -1. We've got a free Skittering Dart though, and 2 draws, so we should be able to get there. With a Soul of Battle, we definitely will be able to get there. Oh wow, a second one. And the Soul of Battles means that On turn 2 we solo battle for the win. Yeah, we'll just Skittering Dart there. Just get more damage. And next turn we solo battle and we win. Hey Stewie, how are you doing today? Welcome back to the stream. Solo battle. And an attack for a win. You haven't reinstalled Windows for 4 years. Yeah. Windows, if you're using like Unix based OS, it's a lot less forgiving in terms of reinstalling and formatting. You basically never have to do it unless there's a very real big problem, corruption or something. But Windows, you do have to format regularly. There's just too much going on that is not controlled. Alright. Here it is. So going second. It's really hard to have a reflex to go not to go first. So we've got a Seeing Red and a Pet Threat. We're going to keep that hand for sure. And a Pet Threat should draw us a card. We're playing on the second turn, so at least now, even if we don't draw a Blood Shard, we do have some cards to play in the first 2 turns, so hopefully that should be enough. Now the big question is, do we go with our Wild or our Ruby? Ruby is 3 damage now and 3 damage next turn. If we go with Blood, we can Contract Killing for Thirst. And next turn we can Abominate plus something else. And Thirst here would be 3. But if we Abominate, we need to sacrifice the Dreadling so that we can Contract Killing. Oh, we Contract Killing now. Play Thirst. We Contract Killing the Dreadling. And then we play Thirst. And next turn we can Abominate and Seeing Red. If we're missing 1 point of damage, we'll be sad, but I think this was the optimal line here. So this, and we go with 10, Abominate, 13, Seeing Red. Oh, I should have played Iron Cutthroat. Oh, I would have had the kill with a Cutthroat. It was a misplay. Cutthroat would have been 4 damage in this situation instead of 3 for Seeing Red, and that would have been the kill. Very close one. Mathematics matters. Alright. So, next fight. How you guys have been doing this past week? I've been extremely busy with work and family, but I did manage to play a small amount of X. Right now I'm very grateful that my work is asking for tons of overtime before we get set 6 going. Because when we do, I do plan to play a lot more X than I'm playing right now. And hopefully that will be the case. If not, I'll just be burned out from work anyway, so we'll see. Here it's not even close. We're going with a Ruby, but let's draw our first card first. We've got Skittering Dart with Glyph of Raid Red on the first turn. However, we could go with 2 Seeing Red with a Ruby, so yeah. That's not even close. We're going to do Overwatch, Seeing Red 1, Seeing Red 2, and that should be a healthy amount of damage for the first turn. Can we do 17 on the next turn? We can do I believe we can. Yeah, we can. Easy. Alright. No blockers. Perfect. So this, then we Skittering Dark, Inquisitor, Spite, and Gift of Hatred, and then we attack for a lot more than 16. Hey, well time, how are you doing today, sir? Welcome back to the stream. Just chilling with some big spider. After this run, I'll switch to the new warrior build that was worked on last week. That is very sweet. Again, a bit more dependent on the mulligans, but it does pull out wins on turn 2 very, very efficiently. So here we go. Seeing red. Oh wow, we've got everything that we need really. And we even got a freezing red, so this should be clearly be a turn 2 win. Going to have some fun with it. Alright. We're going with the ruby first. That is a given. I'll whip up Overwatch. Let's try to see if we can remove the blocker. The combination of free removal plus everything else is just crazy good. Let's go with this. And then we attack with 8, 9, 11, and 13 damage on the first turn. Not too shabby. And we've got a solo battle on the next turn, so yeah, we pretty much got it. There is likely going to be very low amount of blockers anyway. I want to... Oh! Not, okay. Well, going for Blood Shard. Going for bigger spider, contracting something. Then we can Spite. And then we can solo battle for an extreme overkill on the second turn. Well, extreme. 12 is good. I'm doing okay. Again, a bit intense on the life side of things, requiring a lot of attention. But for the most part, things are good. I can't complain. Well, this was a cool run. I really think that we're set on this build. The one I wanted to review this morning a bit was the... where is my elf warrior? She's there. So, if you guys follow a bit the adventurers guide that we have going on the forums, there's a new warrior build that surfaced that's pretty cool. I call it the Tukoi build. So it's really centered around Zokoi and having a level 15 elf warrior. So what you want to have is Zokoi in your starting end. If you do, you pretty much have the win on the spot on the second turn, because you're guaranteed to be able to play it on the second turn. The rest is just usual, you know, 1-drops to be able to activate Zokoi, and then try to do a lot of damage. It's a bit more reliant on your opening hand, and we're still working it. We have a few members of the community working on the build right now, trying to find the best combination of cards and mercenaries. For now, this is the one I've been running with. So we're running Gjorak, Baxot, and Mephistopheles as our mercenaries. So this is not a build where you want to go second. You always want to go first when possible. And we want to mulligan aggressively for Exokoi. And if we don't have Exokoi by 6 cards in our hand, maybe we want to do to keep a hand that is aggressive enough. So no Exokoi here, so that's mulligan. No Exokoi, but we are on the draw. Skarn, yeah, we'll replace the sand. Alright, let's keep this one. I don't want to go too deep here. This is likely going to be a turn 3 win. The problem with the build like that is that there's a lot of There's the first fight. Usually the first fight is the one, like the fight with some blockers are really bad, and some amount of the time you get screwed. But for the most part, if you get a Zokor, you got an automatic turn 2 win. So very, very cool. Here we're going to Crimson Clarity, and you know what? We could go with 2 resources, but we've got enough to play our hand, so we can just remove a blocker in this case. Go with Voice, Soloist. Oh, I misplayed. This guy, this, and then we attack, and we have enough to bring something back to our hand. Bolt Spasm. Okay. So this is going to be a turn 3 kill. Not too shabby. That does work. So the follow plan is not that bad, right? I've used some. This is a lot of 1-drops, and you can chain things fairly quickly. You can remove a blocker with your champion power, and usually, you know, with that and the damage that you get from your mercenary selection with the party passives, we basically get 3 + 2 + 1, so 6 free damage more or less every fight. Well, that's good. Seen the build before. Honestly, I'm having a look for a particular card to win, and I'm not really in the deck. Yeah, I know, but it's still surprisingly consistent at winning on turn 2 and 3. So this is why I love it. So this is a very good example of we're going to get a win on turn 2 here, and we're on play. So the goal is to play a 1-drop and not attack with it, because we don't want these to trade with the 1-drop that we play. So we're going to play the Bolt Spasm, but we're not going. Well, we can't attack with it anyway, but we'll see. Yeah, against Scott, you do need to have a good hand, but as of now, it's one of the closest build I've seen to the big spider build in term of speed. And even if you do end up with you know, a bit longer fights, it does provide a decent amount of power here. The sad thing is that it's a lot more costly than a big spider build, so not for everyone, but that's a cool one. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, this is not the final form of the list, right? I think that there's the base with a warrior, the base with a warrior and an elf warrior with Zokoi and the 2 warrior gems is really, really good. The big question is that how can we use the rest of the deck to provide with turn 2 wins when we don't get Zokoi? Because if you can tailor the rest of the deck to get turn 2 wins a good percentage of the time, and you also have the Zokor draws that gives you a turn 2 win anyway, then you end up with a very, very cool list. So maybe it needs to be Slaughter Gear deck, but Zokoi to work, if I remember correctly, does need to have the weapon equipped for is it Crush? Let's see. Yeah, it gives Crush, so it's not necessarily needed. I'm pretty sure we could go with maybe we yeah. Let's try to see if we can make this take this on a different tangent here. We're just finishing this fight. Actually, let's just not finish this fight and go and see if we can find a way to get turn 2 wins without Zokoi. Because Zokoi in itself is turn 2 wins, so if we can get the rest of the deck to create turn 2 wins as well, we're going to be in a very good spot. So let's just save that deck as template. 2 Koi. Here, save the deck. So what do we want to go with that? Just erase all the equipment. I'm pretty certain that we keep cutthroat. This is not needed. This is likely going to stay here. These are not likely to stay here. I'd be surprised if we don't run these and these. So we go with it'd be surprising that we don't go with speed on this guy as well. So, and most likely the boots. So where do we go from there? So if we go with slaughter gears, we need weapon and chest for this guy, which would be okay in this situation. Because if we don't get a weapon and a chest, we're not playing this guy for sure. Do we run the replicator? If we're looking to win on turn 2, I don't think we're running any replicator in the list. So how else do we go about that? If we play slaughter gear on the first turn, this becomes a 4-cost troop. We can get up to 3 resources on the first turn. That's not enough to play Reaver from the start. Where do we go from there? I'm really close. I've been constantly been really close for a year now, but I'm working on it. So where do we go from there? What is extremely powerful that could put us a turn 2 win? I'm not even sure that we want the 4-man, but let us entertain the thought for now. We could go with some amount of blood. There's acceleration in blood. Sapphire, no. Maybe wild, but I don't. There's not a lot of things to go with at this point forward. We can only have 2 ethereal healers with the boots, but I'd just rather have the boots for the cutthroats. So yeah, I mostly just buy what I'm missing for the most part because I have so little time to play and much less time to grind. So I like working on the deck list. It's like I like the puzzle aspect of it, but I'm not a farmer, not in the slightest. So where do we go from now? Where do we go from now? We could. We have the trinket open. We've got a trinket open, so we could run Lady Cassandra just for the free thresholds. That would ramp the Reaver. Or maybe that's what we want to do. Huh. Yeah, I think this is where this is going. Geodes. These aren't commons, right? Yeah. Geodes, and then we can use artifacts that cost 0, that provides a threshold. I don't think there's more than that. We can use Cassandra for it, so Cassandra. Here we can only have 2 though, but it's fairly good since it's 0 cost, so that will work. Okay. So where do I want? Where do I go from here? Now we're just stacking enablers for the slaughter gear Reaver, because if we can get 2 ruby threshold on the first turn, and we've got access to 2 additional charges, we can play Reaver on turn 1, and that would be extremely powerful. So let's try to see if we can get up there. Okay. So that's 3 thresholds. What else? What else, guys, can provide thresholds for free or resources for free on the first turn? Do we play forges? Do we even have enough dwarves and artifacts for that? Another artifact or dwarf, so forge we could play 3. We've got 3, 9, 3, 6, 9. We've got 6 cards open. Maybe this is where this is going. Just got some artifacts there. So where do we go from there? Artifacts that provide threshold at low cost. Well, we've got the infusion device and the other one. I'm not too fond of them, but it might just be a necessary evil at that point. Anything else? Nothing that costs 0, that's for sure. No. Nope. And Threat Settler is the exact opposite of something that goes fast. We could go with devices. That's a way to get a ruby threshold. It's ramp for Slaughter Gear Reavers. And now we need 1-drops though, so we'll need to change our tenant selection as well. But for the most part right now we've got 3, 6. We've got 10 1-drops ish. Where do we go from there? Anything provides a threshold. I guess we're going to run devices. Oh, this is neat. This provides a ruby threshold, and it's an artifact. And it does have some more utility to it. That's cool. Alright, we're progressing. This also provides a ruby threshold. Since we can only put 2 of each commons, it might just end up being something along these lines. Like this. This is great. This I like. And rest for 1 cost, creating a valor is better than this. So something like that. Hey, morning Sticky, how are you doing today? So here, let's see what kind of oh, Lady Cassandra needs gems. Okay. If we're playing Lady Cassandra, we have got access to all the gems that we want, so we're not going to play her anyway, but if we do, I'm guessing double damage and flight. The only way that we can play Cassandra is that we're failing our game plan, but we'll see. Do we have any gloves equipped that makes sense for this deck? Huh. Alright, so if we go down that road, we look at the slots here. With chest, everything is okay. Gloves, we have the gloves for Spectral Acorn, but we're not going to use them. Weapon is Slaughter Gears, Trinket is Cassandra, Headpiece is clearly Voice of the Ashwood. Gloves, we don't have anything. Feats, we've got Iron Horn Cutthroat, Chest Slaughter Gears again, and that's it. Alright. Can we generate 2 kills with turn 1 Slaughter Gears? Now, we do need to... Oh. We need at least one more card in the list, so device. If we want to ensure 2 charges every game, it means that we're removing all these mercenaries for charges, and that's not something that we can do lightly, to be honest. Alright, so Clatter Clank, and then I'm wondering how often can we pull out oh, we can upgrade Katsuhiro. Woohoo! How often can we pull out Slaughter Gear's Reaver on turn 1? If it turns out that we can pull it out on a consistent basis, then it might actually end up pretty good. We'll see. Augustine here. Alright, so we're getting full charges, so with that configuration we're ensuring that every single game we have access to 4 charges on the we get 1 plus 1, that's 2 on the first turn. That's not enough to use champion power on the first turn, is it? Is there any other way for us to... Hey, wait. Where's the deck? Where's the frigging deck? That's not cool. Okay, that's better. That's way better. Tenant point. Reset. Yes. Battle costs 1 less. We likely need this configuration. Not sure I'm going for this. The wall. And then we've got 2 open. 1 damage on the battle side of things. Okay, we get 2 chargers there with 2 chargers from the mercenaries. We have access to 4 every single game. That's okay. All combat damage dealt to champion increased by 1. I think this is the best bet for now. And we do get to have Boiling Blood. Yeah. I guess we go with this. We have only 6 cards in though. That's a real problem. That's a very real problem. Assuming that we have enough combinations for turn 2 wins, that might just work. We'll test it. If we can't do it, then we remove Berserker King and Boiling Blood for -3 starting health and +1 starting and maximum size. So the one talent that will really help us here is blacksmithing with gloves, trinket, and weapon. Weapon means that we can play our slaughter gears from the top. It does mean that we cannot use Xokars from the top anymore, but we can get the slaughter gears, so we'll see how this turns out. Alright, we've got a plan, let's test this. Oh true, I'm adding cards into my deck, don't need 61, let's just correct that mistake really quickly. Yep, don't need 71. I always forget about the created cards. Remove one of the devices, go back to 60, and then we test it out. So clearly we want to go first whenever we can. That's a given. What we want to pay attention to is how many keepable hand that we get. So we've got a wall. Well, we've got a Xokoi, so that should be okay. Although Xokoi doesn't have Crush right now. We'll see how the things turns out. We could use our champion power on the first turn, but we won't. Is there a way for us to combo out on the second turn? If we play a then decree, this becomes 3 cost, the next turn it costs 2. I don't think we can fire out this, so let's just put voice in here. And what we could do is remove the blocker, get true resources back. And no, that's not enough. It doesn't work. Okay. We're just all defense for now. So second turn Xokoi should be a win. Maybe not because of the blockers, but we'll see. A forge. Now that's interesting. Here, getting some resources. We can go up to... Oh, we're close. We're very, very close. We definitely want to play Xokoi. And I don't think there's a way for us to play the Slaughter Gear on this turn, so... That's too bad. Just attack with these two. The fact that Xokoi doesn't have Crush, though, this is where it gets a... This is where we probably really, really want to have Crush on Xokoi. Wait, what? Oh, it didn't deal combat. Yeah, I don't think we can run Reavers. Reavers without the speed equipment. Can we run Reavers without the speed equipment? Is it the only thing that it provides a speed? +2/+2 for each Slaughter Gears. I'm not sure. Yeah, Xokoi without Crush is not really where we want to be. Sadly. Yeah, it just gets chum blocked for days, right? We need Crush on Xokoi. It means the Slaughter Gear plan is not the one that will work out. Confirm, unless we keep it as a 2 attack double damage troop. I don't know, maybe that's the way to do it, I'm not sure. So let's say we switch this on. So this has speed. We do need that. We need the weapon on Xokoi. Can we run this as a 2/1 that deals double damage to champion? And that deals also speed. Is that worth it? Is that how we do it? Let's try it. I need to be convinced. Let's see. Alright. I'll test it out, this one out. Bouncer. Okay. Go first this time. Alright, that's not good enough. Certainly not good enough. We've got Xokoi, so we should be okay on the draw-ish. Do we get a kill just from Xokoi? I'm not sure. Not too sure. Crimson Clarity here doesn't help. We cannot just play 2 Xokoi on the same turn. We're going to get to 4, we can go up to 5, and there's nothing we can do with 5, so might as well just play Xokoi. And now it has Crush. So I'd attack for 10. Oh yeah, that should be a kill. And then, okay, so yeah, Xokoi plans work. That's a given. So we know that when we get Xokoi, we win on turn 2. So what other configuration can we get with an elf that wins on turn 2? That's a big question. Any of you guys can think of a combo or something like that? I'm just trying to find a way to support the Xokoi plan. Because we can use, theoretically we could create a deck with just Xokoi, and we can use we can tutor Train Troop on turn 2. The problem is that we won't be able to play him. We need to find a way to play him if that's the case. If we can find a way to play him, then we're good, but yeah, this is not a keep. This is a very weird hand. Guess. So we play this. This guy costs 4. We play this. This guy costs 3. And then we get up to 2. That doesn't work. So we pass a turn. And next turn we play a Reaver, but a Reaver that attacks only for 4 is not very exciting. I don't think... Hey Lirigori, how are you doing today? Well, if we can play 2 on turn 2, that's another story, right? But, because this would be kill here, right there, if these had the weapon equip. So, there's that. Yeah, I'm not convinced of that shell with the slaughter gears. I don't think we can make this work. I don't think it does require too much cards, and I think we'd much rather go with another combo, whatever it is. Yeah, that doesn't work. Back to the drawing boards. Angel of Foresights are going to be insane in raids. But until we get them, they're just a very, very cool card. I can't wait to play. So back to the drawing board here. Guys, any ideas on how we can approach this? The Xokoi plan works. That is for sure. And we don't need anything else really to make it work. We just need nothing else and it works. So how can we best have the rest of the deck kill on turn 2? That's the thing. Like we've literally got 32 cards to create a combination that will on average kill our opponent on turn 2-ish. With this shard grid. Do we go with a Marauder build? It's too slow. There's no way we can bury ourselves quickly enough. What's the most powerful thing we can do? With a warrior. Gosh, that's hard. Is there a way for us to use our champion power on the first turn and on the second turn? If we can achieve that, that means we have access to 3 resources on the first turn and then 4 resources on the second turn. That would be something. Majesty is turn 3. And it does require wild threshold, but that's something. We could play a bunch of actions that cost 0 with the Phoenix that has cost reduction. What else has cost reduction? Or lead to a combo win. I guess if we can just play a bunch of very aggressive 1-drops on turn 1, that would be very, very good. Let's try to see warriors. How many warriors can we play on turn 1 in Ruby? Because we can ensure that we have access to 3 resources on turn 1 with one Ruby threshold. So War Machinist and Wounded War Hero. Although Wounded War Hero is clearly not bad. Wounded War Hero. If we would have like another 1-drop with warrior, what we could do is put 3 1-drop warriors on turn 1. That would generate 3 charges, and on turn 2 we could use our champion power again to have access to 4 resources and just like straight up empty our hands on the board. That could be a thing, but we don't have enough warriors at level 1. We could technically had warriors in diamond or sapphire or wild, but we're speaking about turn 1 right now, so that it has to be mono something, and we tend to play Zokoi on turn 2, so that means we're going to be mono Ruby. That's the gist of it, really. What can we do? I feel like we're just missing a small thing here, and we would be set. So we could play glyphs. We could play scorches. Alright, so this is uncommon. This is a common. We've got 6 0-cost cards. Phoenixes could be a thing. Is that where we're going? That could very well be a thing, because we don't need more troops, really. So we've got Scorch, we've got Burn. Can we play this for 0? I think we can. Or play this for 0. And we can run 4 Phoenix as well. Maybe this is where we're going. Yeah, the problem with the crowd war is that you need the weapon equip, and that's the reason why it wasn't in the list. Because if you don't run the weapon equip, you really don't want a card. Do you? Maybe we do. I'm not sure. But I think with the Skarnbretts, we're approaching a critical mass of cards that cost 0. We're up to to 9 right now with Phoenixes. That's something. We can easily add burns as well. Burns, okay. Okay, I can see this. This is coming together. Burn, bird to the ground ish. We always have a troop in play, so we can play Skarnbread on the troop for 0. Is that enough? Like, so we either need... Yeah, we need a ton right now. We don't have ways to do combat damage. I guess the rest of the deck would be the usual. Each shift troop gets speed. Like the cutthroats, and we go with the 4-mans. These are pretty good, very aggressive cards that we do want anyway. And I think we'll be running the glyph on this baby here. Let's try Glyph of Ferocity. Oh wait, I don't have it? Huh. I don't have Trinket of Ferocity. Let's just fix that before we continue on anything else. Glyph of Ferocity. Is a Phoenix on turn 2 enough? Like, we need to play a few. How do we draw cards? Equipment, Trinket of Ferocity. Oh, that's not too bad. 500k. 5k gold. That's fairly reasonable. Alright. That was reasonable. Oh, let's see. We're now running... If we're running the glyph... Oh, wait. The list resetted? Ah, crap. I hate when it does that. Okay, so... This... You guys, we keep... We're likely keeping this and this. Not sure we go with the Skarn, but we'll see. We want... Phoenix... We want 4, and then we want the glyph here, and we want Scorch, a tree, and then we want Brett at 3-ish. Okay. That sounds like something very aggressive. We're going to run Bolt Spasm, because when it gets trained, it's very cool. And we do need to have a critical mass of troops for the training tenant. We've got 3, 6, 9, 12 plus 8. That's 24 troops. I believe this is okay with the tenant, right? 10 or more troops in your deck. Okay. Works. We've got the gems. And I think we're going... Yeah. It's very close. I don't know if one more card is better than having the Berserking, but let's try it without the one more card. And see where we land. Like that. And this is a farming build. We're going to We don't play a lot of warriors in our deck, so let's just go with that. So if we got a hand full of 1-drops, we can just use our champion power, play a bunch of 1-drops, play a glyph, give them all speed, and run over our opponent from there. I really love that. Flamed-out Seeker. Oh yeah, this guy is pretty cool, but there's no way to cheat it and play it on turn 2, sadly. Because the other way you win on turn 2 is you get a Crowd Roar with a Gore Feast running. With a bunch of 1-drops that have speed. Maybe this is where we're going, but then we don't have Crush on Zokoi. However, if we do run that, the advantage that we have is that we can use the equip on the Crowd War to remove a blocker. That could be something. I do love the Phoenix though, with a build. We don't have Fireballs, but we do have Crimson Clarity. Maybe we need more actions. That's what we're going to test right there. I think we're going to keep the full suit of charge generation for now. Okay. We're going to keep the full suit of charge generation for now, and let's see. I know I'm not respecting my schedule for this morning, but I do love working on these. It's pretty cool. Alright, so what do we want to see? Right now we have 7 cards ends. We are... Matriarch is a 2-drop, that's interesting, but 2-drop that does 3 damage, that's not very exciting for this kind of build. We're trying to win on turn 2, so... I'd much rather just play a 3-1 on turn 1 and then do 3 damage on turn 2 with it, also doing other stuff. Is that a keep? So this, and what happens is that on the first turn we could play a Bolt Spasm, and on the second turn we have access to 4 resources. That would be enough to play Scourge and Sunsoul Phoenix plus Iodhone Cutthroat on the second turn. That sounds like aggressive enough, right? I don't think that's a kill, but that's a good line. Let's try it. Let us try this one out. Oh, Sunsoul Phoenixes are 5 cost and not 6 costs. That's very interesting. Oh, we've got a glyph. Okay. How do we run this? If I played this... I don't have the second Ruby Threshold, but I would have been able to play Phoenix on turn 1. I think we still go with the plan of the Bolt Spasm on turn 1 and then pass the turn. Next turn we can play these 2 actions. A Phoenix plus a Cutthroat. And a Voice. And we can play an Acorn from the top of our deck. Alright, so we're doing a bunch of stuff here. This. Then we play Scorch. And then we play... Oh wait. Didn't I have the trinket for that? Oh, it's the wrong equipment. It is the wrong equipment. It doesn't matter though in this situation, but that's the wrong equipment. Okay. And then we've got Phoenix. I would say that it's a strong turn 2. Wait. Let's draw something. I think we're getting there right now. We're close to getting there. So this is a clear turn 3 win though. So we're not getting a turn 2 win, But we only just need to pass the turn and just attack with what we have on turn 2, on turn 3. So that wasn't a particularly great hand. Oh wait, there was a block. Whoa, what happened there? Okay, I think we got this. I think we got something here where the Phoenix is on turn 3. On turn 2. Yeah, let's just attack here. Okay, so let's review this. We need to get the equipments running because these are screwed up right now. But we're close to something. We're close to something. I feel that we're getting there. We are getting there. Alright, so equipments are screwed up pretty bad. So we do want the glyph here, and do we have a chest that works for us? Glyph here. Alright, what kind of chest do we have? We have Acorn, Foreman, and Xokoi. That creates a troop. Let me just look at the tenant here. It's gloves, trinket, and weapon. So we can play Glyph from the top of our deck. We can play Xokoi from the top of our deck, and the Acorns from the top of the deck. That's pretty cool. Chest. When a plan you control interplay. No. So we're going to go with the chest from Xokoi. I think we're close to something here. I really love that. What's the extend node in this one? Not much more. Skarn Brett. Do not pick up a Skarn ever. That seems like a good advice. Woo. Don't even have a Phoenix that is extended art, so let's fix that. At least for the deck viewer here, it's just a lot better. Alright, so let me just review the equipment one more time. Chest were good, feet were good. Gloves, we don't have anything interesting. The head goes for the Voice of the Ashwood, of course. Trinket and a weapon. Okay, so we're set. Running a pretty Ruby-centric deck, so let's just pick this one here. And then pass the turn. So, alright. Where we go from there? Does that work? And maybe this is best suited for another dungeon as well, because Great Machine Graveyard does have a lot of blockers early on in the game, so maybe this is a very good build that just is not suited for this dungeon particularly, but it doesn't mean that it wouldn't farm the other dungeons very well. Scorch, Crimson, Clarity, Phoenix. We don't have another resource. With another resource, this hand becomes pretty cool. Oh wait, we do. Oh, let's keep that. Yeah, that works. Okay. That does work because of Crimson Clarity and our champion power. So let's see what kind of turn one we can get. Alright, so that plus Crimson Clarity. Now we get our second threshold. We can Scorch. And the Phoenix now costs 1. And we can do a bunch of things. Do we try to draw a train troop here? I don't think so. I think we play the Phoenix. Play Iron Horn 1, Iron Horn 2. Oh, this is nice. This is super nice. Alright, now that's a turn 1. That is a great turn 1. We don't have a lot of follow-up though, but that was something very cool. Do I want to fight? Battles, train troop in our hand, I guess. Yeah. It's a turn 3 win, but it's a good one. Two 4-mans and a glyph. Okay, that's cool. That's pretty cool. 4-man. Oh, 4-man that is trained as well. Look at that. I'm going to play the other 4-man. Wow, the other 4-man is trained. Okay. And then we glyph. I love it. I love where we're going with this. I really do. I think we got something here. I'm not sure what kind of shell we need, but we clearly got something there. I still think there may be a way to squeeze in, squeezing the Crowd War Gore Feast package. That would be very cool. Got a free card. We've got everything to play the Phoenix on 2, but we don't have anything else. So let's just get another hand. We got Exokoi, so we're going to keep that on the draw. So, and we can even clear a blocker if we need to. So yeah, I think that works. And we got a resource that we needed. All right. So first turn, is this trained? No. Yeah, we're going to go with a cutthroat. Nice, it did damage to the opposing champion. Perfect. Okay, so next turn we Exokoi and win the game. Exokoi with 7. That's something. So 3 plus the rest. Alright. We can play Acorn. Acorn from the top is pretty good. We ain't got a voice here, so this and this guy and this. I should have used it on this guy here. That was a mistake. Not that it matters a whole lot, but all right, that does work. So we already know that the ends where we get Exokoi, we're going to win on turn 2. So the big question right now is, is the rest of the package powerful enough? I think we've got something going on, but we should be able to do better. Because the big problem that we have is that if we run the Crowd Wars, we lose Crush on Exokoi. So how can we manage that? What can we do to manage that? First, the chest equip for the Crowd Wars does remove a blocker. So removing one blocker on turn 2 should be enough most of the time. The problem is that when you play Exokoi and you don't have the Crowd Warder in your hand, now you cannot remove a blocker on turn 2, and that's a problem. Go first. Voice. Oh, Scarred Breath does have 2 Ruby Threshold as well. We could attack with Voice, play Cutthroat on the second turn. Yeah, that's not good enough. No. Yes. We're going to be able to give speed to our Exokoi. And this, and we play Exokoi and we win. Speed to every troop. Okay. Attack for a ton of damage with crush. And then we attack again. And we get in for 15. And that's usually enough, right? That's 25 damage just with that troop, so... Go figures, it kills people. We know Xokoi is good. How can we play more Xokoi on turn 2? That's the big question. Maybe we just want to... Gosh, I don't know. It's really hard one to crack. How would you guys go about... what's the best way to include the crowd wars on this build? Go first. And this is not a keep. Oh. Huh. This would be a keep though. Okay. So we do this like we did before. We play this. We have access to 4, which is a very cool number right now. And then we give speed to everything. And then we attack for... That's decent, right? It's 7, 8, 9 on the first turn. Plus the 3 we did with the champion power. So it's 11 on the first turn. And we've got a pretty good board. This won't be a kill on the second turn, but feels very, very good for an aggressive deck. If we would have had the talent that add 1 additional damage per combat, that would mean our opponent would be at 15 right now, and they would they be dead on this turn? This is trained, so they would be dead. We would have had the kill on the second turn with that other talent. So yeah, there's something to be said about that. Yeah, we would have had the kill on turn 2 with that hand, with the other talent. But it does mean that we have 1 less card in our starting hand, so to be able to combo off with 1 less card in our hand is a bit of a problem most of the time. Oh yeah. But this is still fairly, very, very decent for an aggressive deck. I mean, we're winning on turn 3 right now, but very decisively on turn 3. So our B plan is perfectly fine. So Phoenix is great. Gore Feasts and... Maybe we don't want Gore Feast though. How does this work? We've got... We could play... We could play these 2. Give them raid. Give them speed with a glyph. And then we've got our threshold, but I don't think that's good enough. This one is not trained. We can give it speed, but we're running into nothing after that. This is way better. Okay. So second turn we can play Phoenix Force 1 if we get a shard. Well, this is going to be first turn. Is it though? This would cost 3. We will have access to 3, 4. So we can voice plus Phoenix on the first turn. Even a bit more. Okay, we do this. There's a way to do this. We can Scarn Bread for 0. And then we've got this, and this, and this, and a Skarn Bread for next turn, I guess. So first turn, this is 7, 8 plus 3, 11 damage on the first turn. Next turn we've got a good deal of damage. Why is the screen black for me? I'm not sure. Right now I'm seeing everything perfectly fine right now. You might have a problem with your internet. That would be my best guess. Or maybe Twitch services have a problem. That wouldn't be the first time. Oh, we get Exokoi, but we can't play it. That's sad. I guess we draw a train troop ish, and we attack with everything, and voice is not connecting as expected. Alright. Yeah, it's like we empty our hands, but we don't have a good follow-up. And we can use Xokoi on this turn as well. So now it's just really very, very slow. We're so close. Yet so far. I guess we just attack with everything. And next turn we remove the blocker. Frustrating Arena All-Star Xokoi. Yeah. That card is insane with the warrior gems. It's just that just trying to find a way to complement it. Because it doesn't need anything else. That's the thing. You just randomly put it in a Ruby deck and you're doing great. Huh. The Phoenix on turn 1 with a lot of zero cost cards is very cool, but we're not achieving something powerful enough. We're just being aggressive. That's not enough. With a different champion power selection we would be okay, but I really think we want to keep the I really think we want to keep the 7 cards and ends instead of 6, since we're trying to combo off. That's very significant. Alright, so first turn we don't have enough for the Phoenix, but the second turn we could Phoenix and Xokoi on the same turn. That would be cool. Can we do 31 on the second turn? We have a good hand for that, but there's a lot of blockers and that's a very big problem. Voice. We didn't hit any other accelerant, so the only thing we can play here is Xokoi and Scorch one of the blocker maybe. Continue to combat. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's not blocking Xokoi. That's something nice. Just go with this. And attack with the rest. Just shy of the kill. Alright. If we would have had a 4-man on the first turn, we would likely have had the kill. Another zero cost action, we would have had the kill on the second turn. So we're so close. So close. Okay, so if we're not getting the kill there, I really think we need Crush on Xokoi, but if we don't do Crush on Xokoi, how do we do this? Glyph. Flight to everything would be something, but we can't. That's the problem. Swift Strike. +1/+1. That's hard. Okay. Not good enough. Not good enough. Not good enough. That plan is not good enough. This is kind of good enough though. This one has speed as well. The Skarnbrets are not likely going to make a whole lot of difference here, but I like the rest. So we've got 6 cards. We could go with Crowd and Feast. And go with this. And we need a trinket to remove a blocker. And this is not a problem. Is that good enough? There's only one way to find out. Let's test it. So we've got ways to remove blockers, and we are certainly able to, with the right hand, play Crowd Roars on turn 1. So that is significant. We can also play Gore Feast on turn 2. Although that's not very exciting. We don't start with a lot of attackers. That's a problem. So go first. And this is not a keep. This is not a keep. This is not a keep. This is a keep. Okay. Alright, so that works. Card, we put Spectral Acorn, we play the Iron Horn. Yes, it did damage to the champion. That doesn't... Yeah, we can remove the blocker. Okay, that works. That's how it works. Remove the blocker. This. And then we attack with these two. And go with Crowd War. With Phoenix. Train Troop. This is great. Alright. Now that was a worthy turn 1. This be discarded, so might as well use it. That does work as a turn 1. Was a bit sloppy, but we got there. So we are getting a turn 2 kill without... Do we? I should have used the battle here. That's sad. If I used the battle properly, we would have had a kill on turn 2. So this was a turn 2 kill. So The crowd wars most of the time should lead to a turn 2 kill. Most of the time. But if we're only playing the Phoenixes from the crowd wars, then maybe we want something else that is way bigger that have speed. That could be a thing. That could be a thing, but we'll see. Alright, so what do we get there? Zokoi is likely going to win the game-ish if we have ways to deal with the blockers. And we do have ways to deal with the blockers in this hand, so we're good. First turn, we play Idlehorn, and we can Scorch this guy, and we attack with this. I should have kept the Scorch. Doesn't matter. If we draw Crimson Clarity, it does, but here we're okay. Oh, this should be a turn 2 win again. Yeah, Iron Horn are just so good. And there's virtually no downside to it, since if you're playing it, you want to be attacking every turn anyway. So it's just extremely strong. Alright, that's turn 2 wins, 2 in a row. That's okay. We're closing in on something. The one thing I'm not convinced is the 0 cost actions to work with the Phoenix. That seems to be okay for now, but oh, this is definitely a keep. Keep. Alright. Now we will see if this works well, because speed, this one is trained. So we do play the trained one. Wait a minute. Did we misplay here? This provides us 2, 3, 4, and Zokoi. So let us get a turn 1 kill. Let us get a turn 1 kill, shall we? Look at that, turn 1 kill. I love this. Turn 1 kill. Turn 1 kill. So, if we have with this configuration, if we have a Zokoi and a Crimson Clarity, we likely just get a turn 1 kill. That's pretty cool. It's a small percentage of the time, but the smaller percentage of the time turn 1 kill is pretty insane. It's still very, very good. What else can we do with that? Vargar. Zokoi, so this is a keep. The question is, do we get another... Oh, we've got Crimson Clarity again with Zokoi. Look at that. But they do have blocker. So, ideally you would draw Crown Wars. With these, we did not. I'm still going to do that though. 100% of the time. And we don't have anything to run speed with, so let's just attack with this. And a chum block. No turn 1 kill. But we remove the blocker on turn 1, so... And next turn we can play a bunch of things, so we're in line for turn 2 kill anyway. And we just have the turn to kill, right? Do we? Maybe not. So Iron Horn and Foreman should be more than enough for the turn to kill. Oh! Oh wait, I forgot about this. Oh no! No, no, no! 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 Oh, we're good. Besides me doing some stupid stuff, we're good. We're okay. All right. That was a bit weird. Not going to lie. But we're good. So this was close to a turn 1 win, but we did get a turn. We without the errors, we would have had a turn 2 win. So we currently have a pretty good track record with this build so far. I'm a bit impressed. We need more runs, but yeah, this is close. No, we don't have what we need. We still don't have what we need. We do have what we need. Okay, we just need one more shard. And we have an acorn from... Being able to play acorns from the top of the deck feels super strong. Like, really, really good. So, do we get a shard? Or not? Maybe we just want more shards. We did get one, okay. So here, oh, Xokar doesn't have ways to remove blockers right now. It's not a turn 2. Yeah. Okay, so that's a problem. We would need 0 cost ways to remove blockers, guys. Any way you can think of 0 cost ways to remove blockers. Because we're very close right now of getting there. We've got right now the only way we got to do this is with the crowd wars. No, I'm trying to build with the crowd wars right now to get more turn 2 wins, but it's still not clear. I feel that right now I'm getting as many turn 2 wins as I would with the axe equip on Xokoi. But I'm still yeah, I have crowd war right now. That's the thing. That's what we want to work with. Hello? Okay, not good enough. This is clearly very good enough. I love the fact that with this configuration, when we have a Crimson Clarity and a Xokoi in our starting hand, we do get to play Xokoi on the first turn. So, Xokoi on the first turn is pretty insane. I really love Xokoi on the first turn. Really love it. It's not a kill right now, but it's pretty darn close. We're not missing a lot of damage right there for a turn 1 kill on Scott, mind you. So close. So close. No. Oh wait, should I have said yes? We fight. Okay, so turn 2. Wait, that doesn't work. We just need more attacking troops, so yeah, we got this. We got this. We got this. Pretty much got this. Okay, that works. Alright. Turn 2 kill on Scott. I think okay, so the first thing is that being able to Xokari on the first turn feels pretty good. Well, I think we're keeping that. I think we're keeping that. The two gems that we're running on Xokari is the 2 warrior gems. So the rage gem, the major rage gem, and the minor training gem. So we're getting there. Okay, so I think we will be able to do this at some point. I'm not even sure that we need Gore Feast, to be honest. But let's just remove the Phoenix package. I think we're keeping the glyph. I think we're keeping the glyph. Scorch might not be there. I think this is good enough. Do we really need the Skarns? I mean, this has speed. This has speed. This has virtual speed. We can run the glyph for speed, so we can just remove the Skarn, right? We might not even need the glyph. So we've got a lot of room to work with right now. Our equipment slots are pretty fixed, but we've got a lot of room to work with. So we've got Feast. How do we can reach 4 resources on the first turn, post or pre-combat. Actually I can put 4, right? So yeah, Feast and crowd should be in more copies right now. Alright, so that leaves us with 8 card slots. What's the best we can do here? More so are there ways for us to win the game? Crowd Wars on turn 2 seems to be very likely. So I guess we're just adding more hits for Crowd Wars for automatic wins. That could be it. What kind of automatic wins can we get with Crowd Wars in Ruby? Cost. Siege. We could run Walking Calamity. We could actually run 4. So Crowd War into Calamity could be a very well thing here. I do love that. We could run Laskar's Vengeance because we are attacking with a lot of troops. 3 Wrath of the Zakir could be something. 5 damage to each non-dark dragon champions. Also, that's still 5. Yeah, that's 5 damage. And then you get a dragon. If we run the trinket, we don't want to run the trinket though. How do we do this? We can usually have a lot of damage on the first turn, so is it possible that we play Emberleaf Evoker? 3 plus 2 is 5, plus a shard, that's 6. We're pretty close to just being able to play Evoker on turn 1 with a champion power activation. Well, that's the thing right now. The rest of the cards that we removed were just good with Crowd War for the most part. So here what we're trying to do is, we know that we're going to win on turn 2 with Xokoi. The question is, how do we win on turn 2 with Crowd Wars? Assuming that we can play Crowd War before combat on turn 2. So if we play Crowd War before combat on turn 2, getting calamities, we need threats that have speed, that are extremely big. This is what we need. And this is as big as it gets, right? Oh, this is nice. This is a head piece. Twin Eternities with Ed would be very, very good as well, because it creates 2/6/6 with speed. There aren't all that many. Yeah, that's the problem. I love Calamities. We could just not run Voice of the Ashwood, because the problem with this configuration is that you get your resources after combat, and that's really not what we want to be doing right now. So I could see a world where, but this enables, does it enable Crowd Wars on turn 1? To be able to play Crowd War on turn 1, we use our champion power on turn 1, we get up to 3 resources, and that's not enough to play Crowd War on turn 1. So besides playing Cutthroat, I don't think, well, we can play Crowd War post combat on turn 1 with any 1-drop that has speed. So we could replace Voice with any 1-drop that has speed, and use the equipment on the Twin Eternities to generate a decent amount of damage with speed on the first turn, on the turn where we play Crowd War. I'm not running Berserk King right now. I'm not running Berserk King. I'm going with more cards in my hand. The other cards really that we want to look at is... where is this one? Where is... no, that's not this one. This guy. This is a head piece. When this deals damage to a champion, and it can get speed with a weapon, but we could have other ways to provide this guy speed. If it's a trained troop, it has speed. Oh, I think 1-drop that has speed after combat. That's 1, it comes to 3, and then we attack. Yeah, that's not... We don't have a whole lot of ways to run Crowd Wars on first turn. That's not how it works. We can run it on the second turn before attacking, so we just don't need Voice of the Ashwood in this build. Actually, we don't need these two as well, but... Is that it? Is that how we build this? Like... It's just Xokors and a bunch of ways to destroy the opponent with the cards that we play for free? Is that how we do this? Like, go big? And this lets us play cards for free. We draw cards and we play them for free as well. We want speed. So we likely want the Glyph. And we likely want the Skarn. Just to have more ways to provide speed with this. And... we can run Twin Eternities with the... Oh, this is a head piece. So if we run Twin Eternities, we cannot run this guy. Deals damage to champion, draw 3 cards, play them for free. We're not running Voice. These without speed are not that great. But they might turn out to be better than this guy here. Because we want to do this pre-combat. So these have speed. This guy has speed. This guy has speed. We don't need the Skarn yet. You are pretty reliant on... Well, that's the thing right now. If I either have a Crowd Roar or Exokoi, I should be able to win on turn 2. That's what we're trying to achieve right now. Because we know that if we have Exokoi, we're likely winning on turn 2. And even sometimes on turn 1. So the thing is that how can we have other ways to win on turn 2? Right now we got a bunch of very big things with speed. So 2 6/6 troop with speed. And we've got a very big troop with crush and speed. We've got this guy that is pretty great as well. So that's a lot of good hits for sure. So we're in the ballpark of what we want to be doing. Anything else that has speed? This guy has speed. 5/2 speed deploy, put a random troop with cost 3 or less from your crypt into play. It gets speed at the end of the turn, sacrifice it. Lethal, no. Gloves, we kinda have it open. Your right as -1 cost for each. Yeah, that doesn't work. Dead Cry. That's a cool idea though. Oh, we could run Emulet with speed. It does provide speed to all troops. So that could be a thing. That could very well be a thing. Summon a copy of up to 2 target troops you control. They get speed at the end of turn. Sacrifice this. Getting this out of a Crowd Roar feels like something very cool. Summon a copy of up to 2 target troops. Yeah, we're not targeting opponent troops, so... Oh, Tarask. Tarask. Yeah, I let in my Tarask at some point in the past and I never saw them again, but... Tarask would be pretty cool, right? 8 damage crush. Trinket deploy. Opposing troops with 1 or less can block. The Dead Cry, you may pay 8 health. If you do, put this into your hand. Tarask would be the other kind of hits that we need. It's really a shame that I lost mine though. Could try to see if we can find some in the auction house. Because that has speed and crush, and that's fairly big. That could be something. Let's say we add Tarask here, and let me put this instead of Tarask for now. Oh, we could put 4 Tarask. That's even better. Let me put Crowd War instead, just for now. We could go with Emulet as well with Tarasks. And that's a lot of speed right there. This can have speed, but we're not sure. But it's a 7/7. So what does it read? So get one of the following at random: Crush Reach 2. Crush Speed, or Crush Steadfast, or Crush Wrist Fight. Reach 2 and Speed. Oh, that's a lot of combinations. So 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 2 and 5, 2 and 6, 2 and 7, 3 and 8, 4 and 8. 4 and 9 chances that this has speed. When it stacks, other troops you control gets 2 of the following at random: Crush, Rage 2, Steadfast, and Speed. Oh, that's something. We could run the Colossus here. as a way to wrap up our threats for the crowd roars. I really need the Tarrasque. Do I? And if we run these, we get up to 60. Even have one card less to... actually, we don't need a glyph right now. This should be a Tarrasque. This have speed. This most of the time have speed. So maybe we run 2 glyphs. Like, just to wrap things up for these when they don't have speed. And I do need a set of Tarrasque. That's really important. Let's just hope that I'm not going to... Oh, Tarrasque. Tarrasque. Oh my god. I guess I can get 2. Any guys? Any of you want to set a Tarrasque? I would be. I would want one if you have one. I need 2 actually. So, if any of you viewers want to send me Tarrasque for, I just bought one for 100 platinum. So, anything between 100 and 200 platinum, send it to me. I'll with cash on delivery, and I'll take it. That's the deal right now. Tarrasque. Tarrasque. So we mulligan until we get... Actually, I just want more resources in this build, I think. Yeah. So... right now, we mulligan until we get a Crowd War or a Xokoi in our starting hand. That's the plan. That is the plan. And if we have either of these, we should be very close to win. Very favored to win. That's the whole plan. So, trinkets. We've got removing blockers. Okay, that's fine. And we've got speed. Okay. Target returning and get speed. No, I'd rather have this one. Gloves. No, that's not relevant. Feet. We've got Gargolet. Yeah, that's the only thing. We're not using our feet equipped that much, but that's okay. Chest, we go with the Gore Feast. Sounds like a plan. Bugbird has an equip that gives him speed. It's a feat slot too. Oh, Bugbird. But I don't think... Oh, that's great. That's a great find. However, we don't play a lot of actions. Each champion discard their hand, draw 7 cards, get +2/+2. But I do like Bugberg a lot, though. How many actions do we have? 3. We've got... Oh, Twin Eternities are actions? Okay. Okay. I could see that. And we're not using our feet equipped that much. And we can use 3. I do love this. I do love this. That's a good find. That's a pretty good find. Bugberg. Alright. So basically we're going to play a lot of scary things. A lot of scary things. That's going to be a super wild build. Alright, so... we need the castle wall. Now the question becomes, do we go with +1 card or... Yeah, we're not going for Berserking, we're not going wide, right? So, let's just use that. The thing that we could do is... actually, let me open the Stat trick here. How many resources do we want to make sure that we get 2 on turn 2? Most games. So 60 cards, number of success. We're at 23 right now. Sample size 7 plus 1, it's 8. We want 2 success. So we're at 89% right now. If we go down to 21, we're at 84. We do lose a bunch of percent. 87. I think we can afford to remove 1 shard for a Tarrasque. We could just remove the... these are not guaranteed speed, right? So let's just go with guaranteed speed here. These two represent 2 Tarrasque. And we could run 1 and still, well, actually we could run, yeah, like this. Like this, I like that. Or we just remove them and go with more resources, but I think at 90% of the time we get 2 resources on the first turn, that's okay. That's pretty cool. Let's run this configuration for now. And these would be Tarrasque, so we'll keep in mind. We'll keep this in mind, but this is intense. This is not a build for the faint of hearts. So we want a Crowd War or Exocore. The one thing that is pretty cool is that a Crowd War, we can play it from the top of our deck right now. So that's another hit that we can get. But if we don't get either, we're kind of screwed. But we've got 8 cards that makes us win the game. So this is the theory here. So we've got a Crowd War. It should be able to win the game on turn 2 with this. That's the theory here. So first turn we're not going to play it. We're going to play it on turn 2 before combat. And we get a bunch of things that have speed and that are really big. And that's what we hope for. So let's see if we can do this. Remove the blocker first. And are we lucky? We did get a... This is pretty big. Do we try to get a train troop? That does... A trained bugbear. Okay, so second turn we get Calamity online. This is going to be a turn 3 win, but it's pretty decent. I mean, this was a weak Crowd War that we got. And we still get to kill our opponent on turn 3 easy. So we will use a fight. And then attack. Oh, we don't get it. Wait, yeah, yes, we do. It has 11. Okay. Well, that worked. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I want to run as low amount of a shard that I get. So maybe we want to go down to 8. Like 80% of the time we get 2 shards in our first 8 cards. And maybe that's enough. At 80%. Maybe that's enough. I'm not quite sure I want to go down that low yet, but first game we've got a kill on turn 3. We've got 2 Crowd Wars right now, so let's try this. This could be a Tarrasque. Play this from the top is just so good. So good. Alright, so we're kind of all in on the Crowd Wars plan right now. If the first one doesn't work, then we should be able to get a second one running as well. So not everything is lost. Alright, so Crowd War is number 1. do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Play. Okay, so this is the win. This is clearly a win. And just for the sake of having fun, we can play another crowd war. Can we? Ah, we don't have the resources. Okay. Yeah, that is a lot of damage on turn 2. So that was a winning combination. That was a winning combination indeed. All right. Sounds like we have a lot of strong things to be doing. Okay. Could we run Forge of Kadok? I really want to see if we can play Crowd War on turn 1. We've got Exokoi, so this should be okay. Play. Spectral Acorn. Oh, we got a Crimson Clarity. Alright. Is this a turn 1 kill? I believe it is. And just like that, turn 1 kill. Yeehaw! Alright, turn 2 kill followed by a turn 1. That should be strong enough. That should be strong enough. Alright. So the good old, by default, if we get Zokoi on turn 2, we win. And we either draw it or we get it from the Crowd Wars. And if we do get from the Crowd Wars, we can remove a blocker. That's pretty cool. I'm excited. I love this build. Okay, no Zokoi, but we do have a Crowd War that we can play on turn 1. 2 + 1 + 1. Yep, we're keeping this. Is that going to be another kill on turn 1? So, Ruby Shard, Champion Power, Crimson Clarity, Crowd War on turn 1! For nothing! Straight up nothing. So that's the big problem with a list like that, but yeah. Alright. Womp womp womp. I think we need to lower the amount of shards in the deck. If we're going to go with a list like that, we do want to lower the amount of shards. Even with one big troop with speed, we would have been in a very good position at that point. So, do we fight? This is trained. I guess we attack. So right now our hope is to run into something that we can play. And there's not a lot of things that we can play. Oh, that hurts. That hurts a ton. Let's just concede this one. The very low amount of time where this happens, we're going to concede. Gathering some good data though. We could, however, that would mean that we don't guarantee that would mean that we don't get to play our champion power on turn 1. Unless we always choose to go second. That could be a thing though. That could very well be a thing. We've got a Crimson Crowd War on turn 1 again. Maybe we want to go second every time. And I have more ways to play Crowd War on turn 1. That could very well be a thing. Let's see if we hit. Oh wow, okay. That should be a win. On turn 1 again. I'm digging these turn 1 win. They feel pretty good. Alright. Turn 1 wins. This run we had 2 turn 1 wins. That's great. Oh, you're right. I might just yeah. That was just dumb. We could run back sut and not worry about anything else. That's true. Alright, we're in the Crowd Wars plan right now. That is perfectly true. And we will most definitely do that for the next run. Alright, so this and well, we can Crowd War on turn 1 because we have the robot at the end of the dungeon, but yeah, I think if we would be running back sut, we would have more chances at turn 1 Crowd Wars, and I think it would be a very good thing. Bugberg. Oh, we had... Oof. Not too thrilled about Bugberg right now. I know it has speed, but it kinda screwed us over this time. Mind you, this was turn 1, but yeah. So if I would have played the Crowd War before that, would have been able to attack. Yeah, that was a mistake. I would have been able to attack again with this guy and this guy after turn 1. That was a mistake. Yeah, it's okay. It's supposed to be okay. So, where do we go from there? Fight. I love fight. So this will be a later win. It could have been way better though. Could be a good 8 damage less on the champion here, and that would make a very huge difference. Oh, next turn we can play Xokoi, but and this would have rage too. So yeah, I would likely have been able to get a turn 3 kill. Well, close to turn 3 kill with the good sequencing. And if we would have had a Dreadling as well, that wouldn't have made a difference. So for turn, we get to do this. Is that something we want to do? Play Xokoi. Do this instead. Oh wait, we're doing 2? Huh. Yeah, I need to review the talent choice. Now that we have a plan, I need to review this. Okay, so that was a good dry run, so to speak. Yeah. So that was an okay dry run. We're going to finish this though, but we're getting there. We got a few turn 1 wins in this ride, so definitely seeing some powerful stuff. We've got turn 2 kills. and we've now had a longer fight, but I think we can get there. At least right now it feels that we're doing things that are powerful enough. Yeah, Crowd Wars on turn 1 again. When we have this in our end, there's a very real chance that we have either Zokoi or the Crowd War, so that's a lot of nice, nasty stuff that we can do on turn 1. That's pretty cool. Alright, so we can remove the blocker. Oh, can we play 2 Crowd War on first turn? Is that a thing? We remove the blocker. Crowd War 1, 4, 5, 6. So we can theoretically play 1 before combat and likely 1 after combat. Okay, we win. Yeehaw! Trask and Zokoi. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh my god. Alright. Play this. Play this. Get another attack phase. And we're going to kill, not only kill Scott on turn 1, but with so much overkill that his ancestors will be dying as well from the beyond. So Alright, that works. I love this so much. We're getting multiple turn 1 kills right now. This is just stupid strong. So let's just improve the list. We know a few things that we want to change. Alright, so we're going to review the news and the spoilers, don't worry, but we're in the zone right now. So I believe we want to get 2 less here. We want to remove this one and this one. So we've got two mercenaries to work with. So we're cancel. Cancel. I ate this bug. Okay, so let's get back on track. Alright. Let's go with mercenaries. We want Baxa. That's a given. For the Crowd Wars post-combat on turn 1. What else do we want? Is there anything else that could enable us? I think we just want more damage at this point. And this is the best damage we get, so let's use Xorak for now. If you guys think of anything else, just from the top of your head, let me know. Okay, here, okay. Okay, so I'm still missing 2 Tarask, and we've got 2 slots open right now. The good will would be Colossus. Anything else with speed though? I think we've got everything that can possibly have speed, to be honest, but we'll see. I really want 2 more Tarask. Guys, if you have any Tarask to sell, just let me know. Send them in COD to me and I'll grab them. Let's check if we have Cinder Clone Offensive. Cinder Clone. Cinder. Is that an S? Yeah, we reviewed that card, but we need to have troops in play that are worthwhile to copy. If I get this and I don't have any troop, that's not really good. That's not really good, and this is what I want to avoid. Ah, yes, yes, yes. iExax BT, yeah. I forgot that now we have the cheapest. Tarask, okay. This would do, and 120 here should do as well. Alright, so that's cheap enough. And then we can complete the build with the Tarasks. Ooh, this is exciting. Tarask. Alright, so that would be... Guys, we need a name for that. We need a name for this list. If it turns out to be good, we need a catchy name. So, do we want Berserk King? I don't think so. Battle costs 1 less. I think we're good. I think this is the configuration we want. More cards in hand is very significant. Yeah, I think we're good. We're good. We are good. Let's see. Let's see where we go with that. All right. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Sounds like a good plan. Yes. We've got a very strong list right now. We've got multiple ways to have turn 1 kills as well. So it's hard to wish for more. Very hard to wish for more. Fortification without pouch. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. But I don't want pouch. Oh, so we have Exokoi on the starting end. We don't have ways to remove the blocker though. But do we mulligan? Turn 2 he blocks. Turn 3 he blocks. Turn 4 he blocks. I'm not sure. I want this end. I think I'd rather go with Crowd Roar on turn 1. Okay, so we're at the point where Xokoi in the opening end might just not be good enough. And that tells you a lot. Alright, so removing blockers. Removing blockers. Playing Crimson Clarity. First Crowd Roar. Into a second Crowd Roar. Okay. It did not get speed. We still have a Crowd Roar though. And so next turn should be okay. So this was turn 1. Not too shabby for turn 1. This should mean turn 2 win, right? We can even turn to remove blocker, and then we just fight for, well, we'll just have the win right now, so it's just attack. So turn 2 win. That's okay. That's okay, so turn 2 win on the first fight. And we mulligan the Exokoi, nonetheless. Now the question becomes, yeah, I think Exokoi is the best troop with the gems anyway. We could run, besides Exokoi, we could run a Root Father with the same gems as well. We've got a turn 2 Crowd Roar here. Let's see if we can get better than this. Turn 2 Xokoi. Turn 2 Xokoi. Okay, we'll keep that. I tempted my chance. Still, turn 2 Xokoi is perfectly fine. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Just going to move in and attack. And we may be able to play crowd roll from the top of the library. Still, if there's no blocker, we will be... There's a lot of blockers. Okay. Twin Eternities. We're still playing Xokoi on turn 2, right? Without crushes, it's a lot less great in this dungeon. It still ensures that we'll be getting a win, though. Even if he blocks with everything, we're still pretty favored here. So let's try to see if we can draw. If we battle a troop, we might just be able to have no block. Not sure that it'll block with these two. So let's see, turn 3, it block. Alright. So a lot of blockers here. Guys, I need ideas. How do we crowd roar into Majesty, double damage Calamity? The problem with this line is that we cannot. We need to play. We need to play wild thresholds, and it's not really in the cards for what we're doing. Another Xokoi here. So this is still a win. It's just a slow win. At this point, I feel that when we don't have crush on Xokoi, it's really more of a turn, like very late turn. But there's a lot of fight with blockers as well, so then we can go up to 7, and now things get a little bit more interesting. I really wish we had ways to remove blockers, more ways to remove blockers that doesn't cost anything. That's a lot to ask, though. I mean, I know it's a lot to ask, but here we're just stuck really with tons of blockers. Alright. Blockers for days. Thankfully, we did get Crush. I still think it's a better build than the old Xokoi with Crush. Because although Xokoi with Crush guaranteed a turn 2 win, now we have more ways to get turn 2 wins, I feel. Overall. So... Hey Tiger, how are you doing today, sir? I do feel that we have more ways to win on turn 2 with this configuration still. It's just that, you know, when the AI decides to play troops after troops after troops and we don't have any vision of our troop in our, on our attacker, is just very sad. Well, when you have extremely big collections, you get some loading problems. I know Conan does have these problems as well. So Trask here, and this should be a kill at last. Alright. So there's no way we're losing this kind of fight, but Xokoi on turn 2 right now. There's a few fights where this is problematic. The first ones are problematic, but the rest should be okay. We're trying to find a build that would beat Big Spider in terms of speed. Right now we're trying the Warrior. We're pretty close though. The problem is consistency, but yeah, we should be able to achieve something. So we've got Exokoi. And I'd rather have something else. Maybe it was a bit too harsh. Okay, so let's just go with Zokoi. On the draw is very bad. I mean, they have the blocker. Oh, no blocker. Crimson Clarity. No? Okay. There may be a chance. There may be a chance. So how do we remove blockers? Are there any mercenary passive that helps somehow to remove blockers? Zokoi on 2. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's a big problem in this dungeon. There's so many blockers. If Zokoi doesn't have Crush, that's so big of a problem. I really don't like it. This I like though. Can't we just activate it from the top? We cannot. Battle this guy. Attack. There's no way he doesn't block. Oh, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Even thinking about the rules of Kukitan, we would still have the problem. We would still have the problem. Yeah, that I really don't like that. We need a way around that. It does, but it does mean that you need to have Crowd Roar and Zokoi in your hand to make this work. And that pretty much, at that point you just don't need Zokoi anymore because you have Crowd Roar and you're playing it and you're drawing something big with speed and like these two. So yeah, I'm not quite sure about Zokoi right now. But we need another way to... Maybe I'm just unlucky. Because Zokoi on turn 1 certainly win games, so... Maybe we've just been very unlucky and being on the draw does make a huge difference as well. So... I don't know. Ay. Yeah, look at that. This fight just stalls for days. And we don't have evasion. How do we get evasion? How do we get evasion to Zokoi? That is the question. What ways do we have to provide Zokoi with evasion? I'm trying to think here. Is there something that provides crush to everything? Yes, there's at least one troop. But you need to have it on the board. Then there's... I'm so... How can we... There's a zero cost way to give flight to troops, but it requires a sapphire threshold. And that's the problem. That's a real problem. These fights are atrocious. Like, it's not even fun. Okay. So we need troops that when they come into play or have a power that provides flight or unblockable. How do we do this? How do we do this? That's a big question. I feel that we're so close to have something that works. So close. We've got ways to give crush with one resource. So we're going first. And we've got Exokoi on first turn, so this is where it shines, right? So this line is fairly good, but you know, I would rather not have the last fight that we just had and win on turn 2 than win on turn 15 the other fight and this one on turn 1. That's the big issue. We do get a win here, so turn 1. Let's redeem ourselves. This run was extremely long. So maybe what we need to do is just concede and try to fight again. Maybe we play Majesty as a way to reach other troops instead of being a troop. So I could replace the Colossus here with Majesty for sure. That is a good argument. I like that. Xokoi and Crowd Wars, okay. And we are in the play. We don't have ways to do this, so let's see. So I guess the rule is that if we can remove all blockers, we go for... Oh, I should have... We could have played Crowd War on turn 1 after combat. It's not that great, but... Okay, I believe here we still go with Zokoi. And is that enough for turn 2 win? Is that enough for turn 2 win? It's going to be close, right? 11 plus 16. Should be enough. Yeah, that's enough. Okay. So we've got something very powerful in our hands. We just need ways to make it more reliable. That's what we need. I could see an argument playing like... No, we don't have that well yet, right? The Ruby... If we would have access to the Ruby Wild Well, maybe we could like try to see if we can sneak in some amount of Wild in there. This is perfect. And if there's no blocker, this is a turn... So let's try the turn 1 Crowd Wars. Because turn 2 there's going to be a lot more blocker than that because of his champion powers, so... This is clearly a case where we want to post-combat play Crowd War. And this is where Backsat is making sense. So let's play the first one. Okay. Play. Another one from the top. Twins. Everything have speed. Play this from the top. Play that one. We didn't manage to hit a gore feast, but we're pretty good right now. We're pretty good. We can even remove a blocker next turn and play another crowd roll post combat. That's a shame. Crimson Clarity means... what does it mean? Crowd Wars on this guy. And then we attack with everything. And see what happens. Okay, that works for us. And we get to draw a bunch of cards. Ugh. We can still play this. Okay, that's okay. Okay, so I'm playing this, and then Bugberg. We did a lot of stuff. We didn't get a turn 2 kill, but we did a bunch of very powerful stuff. I mean, not hitting a Gore Feast was a bit of a pain, but that's okay. So are we good at this point? Do we want to do something? Get up to 4. I guess we could battle something. Have less blockers. I can't believe we didn't hit any Gore Feast at this point. Alright, that works. How do we... what do we change? We want to add... what do we want to have? We want to run Majesty with double damage. Now that I think that's an improvement over this guy, and we can put 4 Majesties. What do we remove? Everything has speed right now, so let's just remove this guy. Majesty with double damage. That doesn't help us with our Xolkoi problem. Maybe we don't run Gore Feast and we run anything with a chest equipped that would help us with Xolkoi. I think that's what we need to find. Oh. Opposing troop must block if able. Opposing troop, let's attack. This can be blocked. No. So let's not block. Do we have flight? No. Unblockable, maybe? No. Crush? No. Not quite sure that we'll find something to cover our... anything that can remove a blocker. What do we have here that could remove blockers? We need something on turn 1 or turn 2 that would remove blockers. Because if it's a 1-cost card that remove blockers for the second turn, we should be okay. And there's a lot of blockers that have 1 health. So maybe we just run Scorch instead of Gore Feast. I guess some amount of the time it will work. I'll just damage on the opposing champion if the top card is there's a plan. No. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, we're so close. So close. Summon a 1-drop. I don't know. Suppressing Fire. But it costs 1 though, so that's Suppressing Fire. It does, but there's no equipment for it. I guess it helps for the turn 3 kills. And if there's a blocker turn 1, we can wait on turn 2 with the Clarity and Plexocoil plus a Suppressing Fire. That could be a thing. Suppressive, yeah, Suppressive Fire, not Suppressing Fire. Sapphire doesn't have. I would love to be able to play this, but I can't. Any artifacts that gives flight at very low cost? If we can cheat this and play, I mean, that works. That will work, but I'm not too fond of that. Yeah, I think let's try it with Majesty. See, we only have run. I'm going to do another run, and then we've got some news review, and then that should be it for today. Let's give it another try, see if we can learn more. See if we can learn more. The one thing I want to pay attention to is, do we would Scorch have fixed our problem? Would Scorch fix our problem? Every deck needs to be a turn 2 down. It's the challenge that I'm giving to myself here is to find the most efficient deck to farm for the current context in PvE. So that's why I'm trying all these different combinations and trying to see if we can get a good farming build going. It's easy to find a build that will win games every single game. Like, that's very easy to do in PvE, and you've got a lot of flexibility to do it. So that's not a challenge. With a very small card pool, you can have a deck that will win consistently in PvE. That's not an issue. The real challenge is to try to find a way to do it very consistently and very fast, and this is what I've been trying to do here. MVT, and then this is a turn 1 win. So here we got the turn 1 win. It's pretty cool. Really loving the turn 1 wins. Alright. That works. Okay. Big Spider is fairly consistent and really good at that. But, you know, I've got a thread going for PvE and people are submitting lists, and this was a cool idea that I wanted to explore. It's a challenge. I mean, it's great. And the thing is with these lists that are very good at farming, they're also usually extremely strong. And when there's new content that will be generated, they will most definitely be the best list if you want to go with a first kill or to farm the content really fast to make a lot of gold or a lot of platinum when the new content in the first 2 weeks the content releases. So there's a lot of relevance to try and find the most efficient way, most powerful decks to farm with. It's not a challenge for everyone. You know, for a lot of people it's just not relevant, but yeah, Xokoi, and we're on the draw. That's not going to cut it, really. I'd much rather have a Crowd Roar for that matters. Okay. We were on the play, but still. I just think Crowd Roar is better in this situation. We gotta roll the dice. And here we forgot to use it on turn 1. We'll see if it comes in bite us in the ass, but we'll see. This and Crowd Roar. And we did get a Majesty into a double damage Xokoi with no blockers. Sure. That has to be more damage than 20. Yeah. Alright. Majesty providing us with a turn 2 win. Yeah, Majesty was a good call. Was a pretty good call. And turn 2 win. Alright. That works. That works really well. Here we go. And okay. Alright. What do we do now? Go first. Kill him on the first turn. This is still a pretty good hand, so we're going to keep it. Actually, now we're not going to miss it, right? We're going to Crowd Roar on turn 1. After combat. This is what we're doing. Go up to 3. And then Crowd Roar on turn 1. That's perfect. Alright. We've got nothing with evasion right now, but actually I'm thinking about removing these guys. Since they don't have evasion, they're not that great. But we've got a kill anyway. Okay, so turn 2 kill with a turn 1 a Crowd Roar is still a thing. Alright, that's a super fast run so far. Nothing to complain. Nothing to complain, it works. Hey Fizzman1, how are you doing today? Welcome back to the stream. Just been tinkering with the new Wario build for the farming to see if we can get it there. Up there with the big spider. Doing some powerful things. I don't think we'll ever find a build that is as consistent, but oh, Crowd Roar on turn 1 before combat. This is cool. So definitely doing that. We're very close though. We're very, very, very close to the consistency of Big Spider. A mullet and another crowd roar. Rask and Acorn. Oh, that feels like a bug, but we'll see. So first turn attacking for 17. Should be turn to win. Make me can compete in constructor. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever find something that is as fast, consistent, and cheap as the Big Spider. That's not going to happen. I really don't feel like this is something that is going to happen. But people don't. Not everyone like that build, and you know, depending on the content that you want to clear, Big Spider sometimes is just bad. There's a few fights in the game where Big Spider is just not going to win. So, and we may get a lot more of these in the future. So it's very all in. This build is it's a bit more sturdier than the Big Spider build. We'll see. Okay, so we're still going first. We don't have what we need in our starting hand, so we got the free again there. And now we've got a turn 1 crowd war, so we'll take it. Turn 1 crowd wars. Who would have thought this would be leading to some turn 1 wins? Okay. Xokoi and an old war wound. But this should be a turn 1 win. Sure. Yay, another turn 1 win. Nice. Maybe we were just very unlucky last run, but this run feels very, very much, very great. Like, we're just destroying everyone right now. It's not even close. Twitch and read the deck. The strategy section is all about turn 2 decks. Just seeing people are obsessed with it lately. Get it though, fast forward. Well, if you want to see a very cool deck, I can switch to a Resurrection Cleric deck that is going to be extremely nice. And it's decently fast too. Let's see. But let's just not kid ourselves, right? Being competitive in PvE is clearing content as fast and as consistently as possible. That's what PvE is. The end game of PvE is farming. So that's that's what, if you want to tackle PvE, that's what you'll be doing. So continue to draw step, play a shard, and then we attack, and we've got a crowd war post combat. Again, okay, so here and crowd roar, play. That's not great. We're going to play that before we play the Bogberg. We got Majesty with a Xokoi, that's perfect. And then we play this. And we should be set for turn 2 kill right there. Alright. But yeah, no, I mean that's the thing, right? The thing is that fun, interesting decks are pretty cool, and I play them all the time. I'm not just trying to find the best ones, but it's very interesting to try. To me, I like it. It's just something that I like. I'm not even, and again, I reiterate, I'm not even a farmer myself. I don't enjoy farming. And I missed the kill here, so we're going to take another turn, but that's okay. I can't pull myself to farm. I can play tons of games in a row when I'm trying to fine-tune a deck. I will do that for 8 hours straight. But if I'm just farming with a list, I'll do that, like I do 3 runs and I stop. That's how I am. But you know, that's me. But there's a lot of people that enjoy farming quite a lot. So it really depends on what you're searching for PvE. There's tons of very interesting lists that are very complicated to maneuver, very rewarding, are pretty cool. And I do have a lot of these lists as well in the thread if you are looking for something like that. But you know, the most flashy, and a lot of people, they're interested in farming content and trying to find powerful combinations. So this is a fast and powerful combination that is not easy to play, and that's pretty cool. It does cost a pretty penny to gather though, but that's the cost of doing business sometimes. Let me show you one of if I think the next list I'm going to play right there is the one I like the most so far. I will need a cleric. Where's my cleric? Oh, that's there. And endgame of PvE is waiting for new content. No, I know, cause and I like this discussion. I feel that this is a good discussion item for the stream right now. It's just that not everyone has the same goal with PvE, and no, a lot of the time the people that just enjoy weird and very creative builds, they work on them, they run them, but they're not as, I'd say they don't put as much effort into building their decks and showing them and making them known than someone who's trying to beat the best farming deck. Then they're going to push, they're going to try to, you know, produce data and everything, and that's a whole different attitude right there as well. So here the goal with this build is very simple. We've got Disciple of the Mind. So on turn 3, we are going to play any card from our graveyard for free, and hopefully that card would be something that will win us the game on turn 3. That's a goal right now. That's our goal with this build. It's like, put as many things as we can in our crypt, and on turn 3 we play something in our crypt for free. That's what we're doing right now. The card that I like the most by far, by a fair margin, is Angel of Foresight. And right now it's not competitive, but I always play a few games every week with Angel of Foresight decks. And once we have rating, it's going to be very interesting. We've got a Shrew Manipulation and a Rat of Zakir, so I'm inclined to keep this one. We should be okay. We should be okay. And you'll notice that I'm playing a 100 and something card deck. We've got a whale. Going to play a ruby first. Create blessings. Put blessings in my deck. And then pass a turn. Things will get very interesting very soon. So turn 3 we're playing Rat of Zakir right now. It's our worst option. Oh, we got one. Okay, that's perfectly fine. So we're going to play Rat of Zakir on turn 2, I guess. Let's see. Discard this and this. Exhaust this. And if I become Zakir, I lose this. So I think I'm going to wait one more turn. Yeah, I'm going to wait one more turn before I pull the trigger. I could pull the trigger on turn 2, have a dragon and kill everything, but I want to create 2 more blessings and use Blessing of the Immortal. Create another one if I can. That would be super cool. Okay, so Lasgar's Vengeance. This is something we'll discard to exhaust a troop. Here, we will be creating blessings and trying to find a Blessing of the Immortal. In our deck, we had one. Okay, perfect. So the first thing we do, we become Zakir and do a lot of damage to everything and have a dragon. Alright. The second thing we do is become Zakir again. Have another dragon. And pass a turn. Not too shabby. And right now, becoming Zakir is bug, but you know. Turn 3, wipe the board twice and become dragon is something nice. I don't think we'll find anything really. Yeah, at this point we just won the game, but maybe. So turn 4 win is not too bad. Could have been a bit better, but I'm guessing you're starting to see where we're going with this list, right? And here... Alright. Where do we go from there? Yeah, I like to see them fix the bug of Zakir soon. Crowd Wars, we've got Purging Flames, we've got nothing to put things in our cryptos. That's not what we want to be doing here. This is a bit better. Okay. Let's see if we can survive. That's going to be the big thing, the big team here. This should be Sapphire. Alright, getting some blessings in the deck. Second turn we play Blamsmith with Swiss Strike. That would be our saving grace. Or we put Freaky Fungus, that makes us draw a card. I think we go with a fungus. Oh, we die. We just die, right? Yeah, we die. Alright. That's the worst fight for the deck by a big margin. By a very big margin. This one is less consistent than the 60 card decks one, than the 60 card one. So maybe I think I'll just up on the other one. Because this one was not the biggest. Yeah, let me just up on the Venom Cleric one is the real one. Let's see. Yes. Where is the Venom Cleric list? He's level 13, okay. So we're not going to see the list, but we're going to see it in action. See if we can beat that encounter with this list. This one is a bit more complicated to play, but it's running 60 cards, so it's more consistent overall. It's around the same team. It's like Blessing of the Immortal is a centerpiece here. Okay, we've got a mine call, peak. Yeah, I love that. Okay, that's a keep. We've got a 1 cost peak as well. That's great. Okay, so what do we do next? We play a shard. We want blockers. What we could do is mine call for... oh no, so that's a mage build. That's not the same thing. Okay. We mine call for a free focus and a marauder. And then we free focus into a free call the grave? No, a chronic menace. After that, we gain this. We telekinesis one of these. And that would be our turn 1. Okay, so if you want complicated, this is the list you want to try. Second turn, where do we go with this? Another sapphire here sounds like the best way to do things, but first let's chronic madness ourselves. Alright, this is now 5. We can play another sapphire, play a peak. Murmur is not what we wanted to see. And are we going to die? Yeah, I should have played fungus there. I think we're going to die because I misplayed. Yeah. Alright. Alright, so we have a few saving graces here. But it goes through peak finding something very good. And we didn't. So let's try this again. Let's play better, because this one is very complicated. It's very, very complicated. Alright, so let's do this. So this is not... Yeah, I need to focus. This is not a priest one. This is a slithering marauder build. As a mage. Go first. Alright, where do we go with this? We've got a marauder, we've got a focus, and not much else. This I like. Alright, so we've got a free arcane focus. And we've got something to discard. We're playing this first turn. Free arcane focus. Wow, okay. We're bricking really hard. Let's try to draw and discard. Discard Rat of Zakir. And pass the turn. Yeah, I don't think we're winning this one, but we'll see. We've got 2 turns. We've got a marauder though. That could be where things get interesting. So we're choosing this, putting 2 in our deck, and next turn we might be able to do something. And this. Alright. So we may be able to get another turn out of this. Let's change course first. That's not enough, right? Oh, we were so close. So close. Alright. That's not going to work. This fight is insanely hard for this kind of build. Very, very hard indeed. It's sad thing though. I thought I had a Venom Cleric somewhere. Do I have a Venom Cleric? Human Cleric. Ah, Venom Cleric is there. Is that the right build though? I need more cheap removal. No, it's just the nature of the fight. There's a lot of permutations that works, but I think this is the one I wanted to show you guys. Yeah, I used the Venom Mage. It's not a blessing of the Immortal build. This is a blessing of the Immortal build. This is the one that is really cool. Yeah, the two nulls are just insane, and we started on the... I mean, I did not get enough arcane. I did not get enough spell power to use telekinesis on one of them, so that would have changed the game, the whole game right there. So here we're playing a 60-something card deck with Blessing of the Immortal. So that's a bit trickier to play. We're going to, but there's a lot of cool stuff that we can do with the list. No. Oh, we've got a Blessing and a Chronic Madness. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we're blocking. Alright. Okay, I should... No, we don't have the Ruby anyway. Okay, so that's fine. Blessing here for full health and draw a card. That's nice. Put some cards in a crypt. Put some blessings in the deck. And then pass a turn. Now we're at 26 health and we want to have a shard. We really want to have a shard. This is not a shard, but we're definitely going somewhere. Yeah, look at that. Divine Altar is next. And now we're doubling our blessings, which puts a lot more action in the crypt. With the Slithering Marauders, this is really the key here. If we could get another... oh, that's nice. So we get the Purging Flame here, and... do we Blessing of the Immortal? Yeah, we do. We most definitely do. Alright, and then we... Slithering Marauder. Oh, and we have two! We're going to... get another Blessing. Okay, so we're going off, so that's fine. Got Chronic Menace, and now we can play something from our crypt for free. We now became Zek here. And yeah, that works. I could have done things differently, but I think, you know, getting the Marauder in and everything was just a bit redundant here, but that worked. So, playing the Shard, we've got a Purging Flame with crypts that are filled with troops. We're getting two of these. We're kind of doing it right now, so... put more things into our crypt. Yeah, Shrewd Manipulation is the way to go. And then we discard cards to exhaust a troop. And then we play Chronic Madness on ourselves. And now we discard two cards to exhaust another troop, and we don't have the Sapphire Threshold required. Oh, I'm so dumb. Okay, so it's not too bad though. We pretty much triggered everything that we needed. We have 50 health. We've got everything that we need. So that's a nice That's a nice place to be. We want the next threshold, but for the most part, we're set, right? And we became Zek here, and here we are. Okay, so we're going off this turn. Let's see, 12 health. There's a lot of troops in the crypt, so we're going to use Purging Flame with the equipment. Purging Flame with the equipment reads, deal 1 damage to each opposing champion and troop for each troop in crypts. So, yeah, they're going to die right there. Bam. The Purging Flame kill. Alright, so that was cool. Let's try to see if we can beat the dreaded Gnoll here. Right, let's load this. And, Alright, so this is by far the most complicated deck to play that I created since the beginning of the game. I really love it though, and it's extremely challenging. Acorn, Shrewd Manipulation. We gotta keep this. We got to keep this, so let's see. Oh, I should have created blessings before drawing a card with the acorn. Ooh, this is nice. Yes. Okay, so we're set to go off on the third turn if we get a Blessing of the Immortal in our deck, because we will be able to have the Marauder in our crypt because of Shrewd Manipulation, and we even get a Blessing here, so that's pretty great. Play this. Play Shrewd Manipulation. Create blessings. Play a blessing, which lower the cost of Marauder here. Get another blessing. Get another Marauder. That's perfect. Alright, we're at 22. Because of the talents that we have, blessings provides 4 health instead of 2, which is fairly significant when you don't plan to defend yourself pretty much. Now here, combat phase, we're going to use this. Discard these 2 actions to exhaust this one. We could use the other one, but I'll just wait another turn just to see where we land. Another Marauder, okay. So we're in a Blessing of the Immortal plan here. Let's see if we get one. Yeah, we did get one. So what's the plan? We clearly want Marauders in our crypt. So we're going to do just that. Alright, so now we Blessing of the Immortal, get a Slithering Marauder from the crypt. Draw a card. Now we get the Twin Eternities from the crypt with the Marauder. Alright. And then just pass the turn. So turn 3 was, we were able to stabilize for sure. Now we've got a Crowd War that we can play. I think we're playing the Crowd War right now. A free Marauder. Let's just play our shard from the turn. Play the Marauder. What do we have in our crypt? We've got Purging Flame and a Crowd Roar. Let's just play another Crowd Roar, shall we? See what we get. Don't get a ton, but we do get to play another Twin Eternities. So there's that. And then we attack with these troops. Okay. Drawing a bunch of cards now. If we put these 2 in our crypt, we cannot play these Marauders, so we'll wait another turn. But yeah, we're doing great right now. Hey Fred, how are you doing today? Oh, we even get a spider. I really love this build. This is so cool. Alright, so first things first, we do that. Do we Chaotic Murmur before we Crowd Wars? I think we Crowd War first. Okay, change course for free, get a blessing, put 2 Rat of Zakirs in there. Play the Acorn, draw a card, we're now in the nerdy free Marauder territory. We're going to Chaotic Murmur our opponent for 7 card in the crypt. Setting up a kill right now. Thanks for the follow, cuz. Welcome to the stream. So, we're at a point where we could become a dragon, amongst other things. But I think we just get a kill with a Purging Flame. Do we have Purging Flame in our crypt? Yes, we do. If we don't get the kill, we're pretty close. Oh, we didn't get a kill. That's sad. We do get a kill with Rat of Zakir though. Yeah. That was turn 4-ish. Turn 3, turn 4-ish. Alright, next one is... let's see if we can pull that off again. So guys, if you want a very, very interesting and very complicated deck to play, create a Venom Cleric. And I got the list in the Adventurer's Guide, so there's a few links that I could share right now. I still don't have comments for them, but I will very soon for the next stream. So here's the Adventurer's Guide. You will find a ton of PvE lists right there. Among all the lists that we're playing so far today are there. You can also look at this guide for the Venom Ranger that you can build from scratch, reach level 10 in about 5 to 6 hours, and then you can start farming Great Machine Graveyard. That's pretty cool if you're a new player and you don't have a lot of collection. This is very cheap and this will make you go some places. I like this end pretty much. So we're going to have a 1-cost Heat Wave against this guy, which is pretty cool. First turn though, we kinda want to go with Blessings and Ruby Shard. We first turn Heat Wave. You know what? I might just do it because we do have a Purging Flame, and I do want more actions in our crypt for the Marauders to come in play. So let's do it like that. Alright, so here we go. Twin Eternities, that's not too bad. What we really want for next turn is a shard with something nice in our crypt. Right now we've got Heat Wave, that's not too nice. However, we can put 2 Crowd Wars in our crypt, which would be perfect for us. It's not a shard though, but it does bring the Slithering Marauders cost pretty low. If we draw a shard, we can go for the Blessing of the Immortal plan. If we don't, we'll go with Change Course again. And then Blessing of the Immortal on the next turn. Okay, we can start by gaining 4 and drawing a card. That's not a shard. I guess we try to find a shard with this. And put the Marauder in the crypt. Play this. And then we play the Arcane Focus. Oh, I should have added shards in the crypt. Blessings in the deck before that. Okay, as you can see, the sequencing is very complicated. I went for the Purging Flames in this instance. The reason I'm going with Purging Flame is that voids all troops in crypt after the first one. So we're going to just remove all this recursion that happens right now. That is very, very troublesome. We did get a Sapphire anyway, so now we can go with the Blessing of the Immortal play. Let's try to see if we can find it. We did find it, alright. A shard is always cool here, and Blessing of the Immortal on a Marauder that will in turn get a crowd roars. That will in turn make us play draw 3 cards, play a blessing for free. Do we get an? Oh, we get another blessing of the immortal. Okay, so we can. What's the next best thing here? I guess we're going to do another crowd roar. All right, acorn, blessing, 0 cost Crowning Menace, 0 cost Crowning Menace, and this is where the fun begins. Let's see what we have in our crypt right now. We've got Crowd Wars, we've got... we don't have a whole lot. We've got Trinities, we've got a Shrine of Brigadon. I guess... okay. Let's do this. I guess right now the plan is to set up a Purging Flame-ish. Let's see now. If the goal is to set up Purging Flame that we have in our hand, I guess we're going to Crowd Roar again, and then Purging Flame should be free on the next Marauder. Great. We even got a Heat Wave for the Purging Flame. All right, so Slithering Marauder. Again. Now Purging Flame is free. Chaotic Murmur for the KO. And here... Alright, so the next one is... Where do we go from there? What do we have in our crypt that's worthwhile here? We could go with... There's a few troops on the board, so we could just go with that. Put more troops in the crypt. And then we Purging Flames for... Wow, 40... Purging Flame for 42, something like 43, something like that. So the goal with this deck really is to kill people with Purging Flame. But there's other ways to do it. Like there's multiple ways to kill the opponent, but the main way is to put a lot of things in the crypts and then Purging Flame. Not all opponents have a lot of troops, but when they don't, we can become Zekio, we can have Eternals that comes into play from Twin Eternities. We've got the Marauders as well, so got tons of stuff going on here. Is that a keepable hand? Not much. Is this a better hand? Well, we'll try it. We just need... Because we've got a guaranteed 0 cost Chronic Menace, so if we get a Sapphire Shard, we'll be in a very good spot. No Sapphire Shard, but we do... I played my Shard. I should have drawn to see if we get a Sapphire here. And put more blessings before drawing in the deck. So there's a lot of mechanics to this list. Alright, so... Here we're attacking with these two. Is there a best gold farming deck over that one? Right now, no. The big spider deck is where you want to be. It's the more over multiple consecutive runs, it will be the best. Most of the time, it will be the best period. Heat Wave. Do we want a Heat Wave in the crypt? I don't think so. We just want a Sapphire at this point. Sapphire unlocks the whole hand, and we get a win. Right now we don't even have anything in the crypt, so we're not going to go for a Blessing of the Immortal just yet. The only other reason I would go for Blessing of the... Well, we could Purging Flame. for a decent amount. Right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. We could Purging Flames for 7, but that's not too great. Let's just kill his blocker and attack here. Yeah, the sheer consistency and speed of the big spider deck is just unmatched. Like there's like your main attacker is guaranteed to be always on the board every single game, and you can guarantee that it's going to be insanely big. And there's a lot of redundancy in the cards that you play in the list, so there's not a whole lot that can be done to improve that. We could theoretically Purging Flame and then Blessing of the Immortal for Purging Flame, but that's not too great, so let's just wait another turn, see if we can get more blessings in the deck. And then we pull the trigger on Purging Flame. Oh, we did. Alright. We got stuck. I could have played better. We could definitely have had one more turn. But that's on me. We can do better than that. Alright, the next one. What do we have for the next one? We have Chronic Madness. Oh, this is great. This is super great. 7 cost Wrath of Zakir is irrelevant for us, but yeah, we've got Chronic Madness on the first turn. Do we want more blessing? No, we're going to do that before we do any blessings. Okay, so we're covered. We've got something worthy of getting back from the crypt with the Blessing of the Immortal, so we're set. Our goal right now is just to make sure that on turn 3 we create 2 more blessings, get Blessing of the Immortal, and then we can play wow. Then we can play the Crowd Wars for free. And things should be okay. If we don't break on the Crowd Wars, that is. But then again, we've got Purging Flame as a way to survive. So I'm not going to attack for 1 here. Just learn our lessons. Create more blessings. Go get the Blessing of the Immortal. And we did not have any Blessing of the Immortal in the deck at that point. So this is a bit, sometimes it happens. The way that the deck works is that we have a very, very high chance of having a Blessing of the Immortal in the deck when we on the 3rd turn, but it's not guaranteed. It's something like 90%, 95%, but it's not guaranteed. So it's what's happening right there. Alright, so we're on the plan of we want to play our Slithering Marauder next turn, so we're just going to play a Heat Wave, be defensive because we only have 9 health. We're going to block anything that is going to throw at us. Next turn we play Marauder into Crowd Wars. And this should be it. Alright, create more blessings. Marauder into the Crowd Wars. Wow, okay, that did not work. We do have Purging Flames in hand, and we've got the resources to play Wrath of Zakir next turn, so that's great. Wow, okay, this, and then I lose my Marauder right now. That's frustrating. I guess we're going to become Zakir then. Oh, we don't have the... Let's just wait another turn. We've got pretty unlucky this game. We didn't get a Blessing of the Immortal, and we didn't hit any card at all on the Crowd Wars. So where do we go from there? We got nothing in the crypt really, besides a blessing maybe. So I guess we're going to become Zakir. And then we keep that on defense. At this point, the crypts are pretty filled. So Purging Flame does a lot of damage. Alright. Okay. That works. Hey, thanks for following Nero. Appreciate it. Oh, it's a host. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. We could become Zakir again. I guess that's a sensible thing to do. Become double Zakir. Alright, double Zakir it is. Because every time we double Zakir, we do 5 damage to the opposing champion and create a dragon. So that's always nice, and then we can Purging Flame and wrap things up. Hey, welcome to the stream. Alright, so let's hope that this fight is not too bad. So you see that this deck is really, like when we were discussing about decks that are not, you know, the goal is not to be the fastest or the most consistent. When I created this deck, I wanted to create a Blessing of the Immortal deck. And my goal was to create the most efficient one. So as quick, that wins as quickly as possible with the Blessing of the Immortal and as consistently as possible. And this is very interesting build because it attacks from very different angles and it's very, very sturdy. And when we have harder, newer content is even harder than what we have right now, a build like that might even be the keys to the kingdom at some point. So, and this is likely a very, very good build for raiding as well, from the little that we know. So let's put blessings in our deck. We're definitely playing a Sapphire this time around on the first turn. Playing Change Course for 1. And what do we draw? A Purging Flame, a Shrewd Manipulation. Blessings let us draw a card, but Shrewd Manipulation enables the whole deck. So this is clearly what we want to be doing at this point. And now we're sending more troops, more things into the crypt. That's great. I'm gonna change Backsud for this deck. For this mercenary list, I'm not quite sure why I have Backsud in that slot. It might be a test that I was doing at that point. Getting the blessings first, drawing a card. We did get a blessing. Drawing a card, okay. Playing Shrewd Manipulation. And now we have ways to defend ourselves. We have ways to put things in our crypt. The only thing that we need is drawing shards. Any shard but a ruby would be best. Alright, what do we get? A ruby! Look at that. So, more blessings in the deck. Blessing of the Immortal. We did not have a Blessing of the Immortal. Alright, so let's draw a card. Another ruby. We're still in a very decent spot to kill Zag here. Because the next best thing is to draw a Sapphire next turn. And if we draw a Sapphire next turn, we will be in a good spot. If not... okay, so Sapphire, what do we have in the crypt? We have a Purging Flame. That wouldn't do much right now. That would do a decent amount. What we really want to do is this on us. Now we might be able to go off. Okay, so this is now 1. It can be 0. Is there a good reason for this to be 0? What do we have here? We don't have any ways to draw a card that much. I think we just go with a Change Course. Oh, we could go with the Crowd Wars. Never mind. Put the Crowd Wars and a Purging Flame in the crypt. Alright, that works. Okay, we got this. So, Crowd War in a crypt. And hopefully we get something nice. Twin Eternities qualifies for being super nice. And then we kill our opponent's troop and then pass a turn. So, not too bad for turn 4. We should be very close to a kill on the turn 5. So we could mill our opponent, we can do direct damage, we can just attack with big troop as well with this list, we can do everything. Like, we can literally do everything. This, and then... Purging Flames. And then we kill our opponent on turn 5. So when we get the Blessing of the Immortal, we usually can get very close to turn 3, turn 4 kill. When we don't get it, we usually end up with a turn 5. But the cool thing with the list is that you gain health, you do direct damage, you can attack with big troop, you can go wide, you can go tall, you can also bury their deck. So you can do literal everything. Like you pick the way to win that you like, and then you do it. You can become Zakir. There's tons of stuff that we're doing right now. We're doing all the things. Scott doesn't have a lot of troops in the crypt though early on, so that's a bit of a problem, but... Yeah, Venom at level 13 has a very strong shard grid for Ruby. And that's a very big deal. Oh, this is nice. We're definitely keeping this. We may die because of this keep, but turn 1 Crowning Madness is super cool. Since we don't have a shard, we want to hit as many blessings as possible on our next few draws, so we are going to put a blessing in 2 shards in our crypt. That's not too good. But at the very least, if we get a ruby, we should be able to do Crowd War at some point. Ugh, that's not good. That's not good. The hero keep here might just kill us. We just need 1 shard for this hand to really explode, but we just don't have it right now. So, and we're not going to have a lot of turns against Scott here. Yeesh. Acorn, okay. Maybe we get a shard. We don't get a shard. Can we get back from there? That was a really risky keep. So if we get a shard, we could be okay. We did get a shard. It's not a ruby though. So we don't have a choice but to screw Shrewd Manipulation here. But that's a good thing. There's a lot of things that we want to put in the crypt. If we get a ruby next turn, we get the Crowd Wars or go with the Blessing of the Immortal. So discard these 2 to exhaust this guy. And we can discard these 2 to exhaust this guy. Alright, as a temporary solution that works. We need a shard or blessing. Oh, can we survive another turn? I'm not quite sure. We're going to go for broke here. We need to hit a shard and then... or a series of blessings. Do we survive another turn? I guess. Okay, so we survived another turn. There are lines with this deck where we survive and win the game, and there's not a lot of lines right now. We're very short. We're very short. Divine Altar and 2 blessings is not going to cut it. What we need is a shard into a Blessing of the Immortal. That's our line. Okay. Create blessings. Blessing of the Immortal. Yes. Yes. Okay. What do we have in our crypt? We've got a crowd war. We don't have board wipes, so we need to hit a board wipe. So Blessing of the Immortal is going to do crowd war, and we hope to get anything that board wipes. We've got a heat wave. Okay. Heat wave is okay. If we do heat wave, do we survive the next turn? 1, 2. We kill all this. This dies. Next turn we get it for 7, 8 plus 5. 8 plus 5, that's 13? Ah, plus 3 here. We have to play the Blessing now. But we can remove blockers. We can discard cards to remove blockers. So this is... We're definitely doing that. Okay, we got this. Oh, it does 3 damage to everything. I forgot. That's even better. Okay, we're good. We're good. We made it. We made it. We made it. We can prevent this one from attacking, but now we have a Chum Blocker, which is perfect. Oh, by the way, we're even putting spiders into their deck as well. We got this. Do we take the hit with Chum Block here? We take the hit with these, and we just don't care. How do we do this? Actually, we're not out of the woods yet, but we need to draw a card. So Divine Altar into... Yeah, I think this is where this is going. We need to play these two. We need to play this. So yeah, we're just taking the hit here. And then we've got one more turn to get something strong. We did it. Okay. Divine Altar. Blessing of double blessings for health and a lot of cool stuff. Playing the Ruby Shard. Chronic Magnetos ourselves? I don't think so. We're Marauder. And now we could go with a Blessing, or a Heat Wave, or a Crowdor, or Twin Eternities. How do we do this? What's the board? Everything... Yeah, we need to do 5 damage. I think we go with multiple Crowd Wars this turn. I never pop the Acorns. I don't want to pop the Acorns. It's just a pain to replace them in the deck after that. So, oh, this is free. So we're going to do this on ourselves. Nice. We've got everything we need now. Do we have Blessing of the Immortal? No, but we've got a Purging Flame at this point. So this is pretty cool. I think this is where we purge flames though. Just don't take any chances. Purge the flames. Deal with everything. Play Crowd Wars for 1. Perfect. At this point we'll start to target him with these kind of cards. And we're going to... We could have become Zakir, but I think we're just going to go very, very wide. And go with Twin Eternities on this one. Just to make sure that we're covered. Like, we even got another Purging Flame in if we need to. So, this is good. Oh no, we're discarding these cards. Yeah. Fred, this was a bug with the chest equipped for the acorns. Now they're not replacing themselves anymore. All right, what do we do here? Crowd war, I guess. Da, 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 da. More blessings. Look at that. It doesn't even look like we nearly lost this game. Playing Crowd Wars. Do we go Eat Wave? Yes. Slithering Marauder for the most overkill possible. I guess we play another Purging Flame for a few damage, not too much. Oh, it was still a decent amount of damage there. And then we got a win. Alright. Overall, this was a risky keep, but it worked. Alright. That did work. So so right now in the game, that's the context of a deck that I like the most by far. It's not even close. I enjoyed this list so much. So here's the list. You've got 24 shards, 3 acorns, 3 chronic madness, 3 focus, 3 eat wave, shrewd manipulation, change course, purging flame, crowd wars, chaotic murmur, wrath of Zakir, twin eternities, and marauder. So, and the equipment, we've got the additional damage on the eat wave for 3 damage, which is very significant in most encounters. Purging Flame with the feat equip, which is insane. Of course, Crowd Warriors playing 3 cards. Chaotic Murmur with the equip to get more troops in the crypt from the opposing side of things to help fuel the Purging Flames. So we've got ways to, we've got 9 ways to board wipe to clear the board with this list. So that's what's really interesting. And a ton of ways to play cards for free. So very interesting. And the way it works again is to make sure that you have as many blessings as possible in your deck. So if you have more than 100 cards, you put this adds 4 blessings here. You go with the blessing of the Immortal here and a way to Dispel of the Mind to get them, all the while getting the +1/+1 on your troops, more health from the blessings. And you hit this one just to unlock the rest, right? So you get the Divine Altar, you get the Study. When you play a card, move each card with the same name up a notch. That helps with the blessings and the Marauders. Shrine of Brigadon, just to unlock the Holy Hands, which is very strong in this list. Unlocking the gem because we need to get to Blessed Birth. And the rest is minimum deck size 25, but we really want just to play 20 cards, 60 cards. So this has 60 cards, but with the cards created, we go up to around 68, 69 at the start of the game. And then we run it from there. Well, that's a ton of fun. Like, why no dual shards? That's a good question. I mean, this is a work in progress. It could run the wells. That's a thing that should be there. Yeah, that's just a mistake here. There should be wells. There clearly should be wells. I don't think... There's a few situations where we want to play a turn 1 card with threshold, so I don't think I want to go with the Shard of Innovation that much, but that could be a thing. I did remove too many shards though. I'm still not sure that we want 24 shards as well. So this is still a work in progress, but it does work really well right now. You do need to have a Clatterclank, Tafford, and this could be changed to anything else that is more relevant, really. Confirm. I'm not sure. I think we likely want to go for damage or health. Well, my guess is that we just want to go for damage on this one. But there might be something very creative to do with the last mercenary slot, so that should be pretty interesting to fine-tune. If you're interested in the list, give it a shot. You do need a Venom Cleric at least level 13 to create the list, so you do need to level something. But that's a cool challenge here. It's really nice to build and try to work with. One thing though is that with the cards that were previewed so far, there may be ways to greatly improve this kind of list. Because we now have ways to draw a whole deck for free on turn 3, which would be pretty awesome. So let's just go in a bit of do a news review, and then we should be wrapping up the stream here. So let me just pop out real quick the news there, and then we are going to work on the spoiler review, and then that should be it. So just bring that up real quick right there. So since last week we had the Scars of War Diamond in the Rough that was announced, and we've got 2 spoilers that we did review on the stream. So if you missed them, there's Tennyson's Memorial. That is the gain a shard if you control a Valorous troop, get a Valor and put it into your hand. And there was also Scars of War, quick action, 2 damage to each troop. Damage troop doesn't heal at the end of the turn. These were the preview cards. And after that, we've got Science and Coincidence. I think there wasn't a preview card in there. No, it was just a Friday recap. Okay. We've got a Primal Knowledge. There wasn't any preview card. During the week, this last Wednesday, we did have another card. So, Absolute Power. And we're not kidding here. Absolute Power is just a beast of a card. It is a beast of a card. So, 8 costs, 3 Sapphire Threshold, basic action at Legendary, mind you. And it reads, draw any number of cards. It's very simple, it's just one line. Draw any number of cards. That has a nice ring to it. So if you're playing TCGs and you don't want to draw cards, you're not doing this right. So Absolute Power is very close to being Absolute Power in a sense, right? So the thing is with drawing as many cards as you want. If you have 50 cards remaining, you can draw 49 cards and have your whole deck into your hand for a turn. And that could be extremely good. The thought process behind it is that after playing this card, you will either win on the same turn or you will win on the next turn. Because you have access to your whole deck. So the power level of the card comes from the fact that you will have your perfect hand. So you will have exactly the perfect hand that the most powerful thing that your deck can do, you will be able to do it. Now in this context, it means that when you play Absolute Power, you should be winning. Like, if you play Absolute Power and you don't win on the next turn, or as a result of Absolute Power, your deck is just bad. If you get the opportunity to draw your whole deck, and somehow you don't win after that, your deck is not okay. I mean, that's the general gist of it. There's exceptions, of course, but you know, you're drawing the whole deck, so you should be winning. The question becomes, how fast can you play this card? Because assuming that you will be winning when you play this card, if it resolves, then how fast can you play the card? And that's a real problem, because it's a 8 cost with 3 Sapphire threshold. It's not something that you will be able to play very quickly in a game, unless you have a lot of ways to cheat it. In PvE, we've got tons of ways to cheat, to play this card as a cheat. And this is going to be insane in PvE. I'm going to tell you that right away. This is going to be insane in PvE. And if there's any good equipment on this one, it's going to be a ton of fun. However, what we really want to be careful with is that it's still 8 cost. And that's a very, very significant cost. So it's not something you can do, right? In the current meta, if your whole plan is to resolve around an 8 cost action, you're not going to be able to play that a whole lot, because you're going to encounter a lot of aggressiveness and a lot of mid-range decks that are also aggressive. There's also ways to interrupt actions. Sometimes they will be able to put you so far behind that even if you play this, you will still lose the game on the next turn. So it's a really hard card to work with. There's a lot of constraints on the card. However, the power, the raw power of the card is there. And this is a card that you want to pay attention to if you're building decks in the new context of set 6, because if there are any way to accelerate this, like play this on turn 4, play this on turn 3, play this on turn 5, it becomes really powerful. Also, there are many ways to use that card to win on the same turn. If you have any ways to generate resources with everything that you have in the rest of your deck, you will be able to play the cards that you have in your hand. For instance, for Immortal, you say you play Absolute Power and you have Scorches in your deck and maybe another free action. And now you have 4 Phoenixes in your hand. You play all the Scorches that you have and then play the Phoenixes and then attack with them because they have speed. So that could be a way to wrap up the game on the spot when you play Absolute Power. There will be, I'm telling you, as the game will progress and we'll get more cards, both in PvP and PvE, that card is always be looming in the background, enabling kills on the same turn that you play it. And everything else will resolve around, can we protect it? Can you play that card quickly enough in a game, and also while protecting it in a way that makes you able to win the game because you played it. So this will be a very cool card for X to work with. I'm very excited for this card. Is it constructed playable? In Standard, likely not. In Immortal, maybe. But this is a card that can just become better as time progresses. As we get more cards in the game, this card would just become better. And that's something to keep in mind here. So a very, very cool card. I really like it. I will be adding it to the tracker likely tonight or tomorrow. And this is going to be very, very cool card to work with. And again, if you like PvE, that card in the deck that we just played, where we have a ton of ways to play cards for free, being able to draw your whole deck on the 3rd turn or the 4th turn is just going to be game, right? So there's going to be lots of ways to abuse that in PvE. It's going to be insane. But this is a really cool card. I love the design. I love that it's very prohibitive. The opportunity cost and the setup cost is very, very high, but the payout is way up there. Like the payout for the card is way, way, way up there. The payout, it might as well just read win the game. That's what it should read, win the game. If you're playing that card in your deck, if you resolve it, you should be winning the game on the spot. That's how you use that kind of card. So the big question is, can you build a deck that wins on the spot? And if you can build a deck that wins on the spot when you play this card, can you do it fast enough before you die? and consistently enough. And if you can find a way to do that, then you've got a monster here. But that's a cool card. I really love it. I really, really love it. Yeah, I'm not, you know, that's why on the reviews and that I'm doing, I'm not trying to say that like this card would be played or not. What I try to identify is in which context these cards would be good. And as we get more cards spoiled for the set, as we have the full spoiler of the set, you know, we keep these little, you know, bullet points on each cards in mind, and then this should provide us the shortcuts required to build a very strong deck very early in the meta. And this is why you need to pay attention to the cards when they get spoiled. And I'm not much of giving grades to cards, but this card is really cool. I really love the design, and I can't wait to play with this. When I saw this, my first thought was PvE, but there's clearly a place in PvP for cards like this. You don't see them used too often, but when you see them used, they're extremely good. They're very good. Absolute power, it doesn't necessarily set up the next turn. There's multiple ways to win the game on the spot with absolute power. Also, there are many ways to accelerate or change the cost of cards. So you could very well be playing this on turn 6 or on turn 5. So that's another consideration. But we'll see. I mean, the whole point is that you cannot just build a deck and wait on turn 8 to be playing that and win the game on the spot. Maybe that's the strategy. Maybe with the cards that we have. But the thing is that, can you survive long enough to play it? And if you play it, you need to win. Like, if you're playing this, you win. If you draw your whole deck, you should be winning. If you don't win, then don't add that card into your deck. But it would be the same, like, any deck, if you draw your whole deck, any deck should be winning. Like, that's the thing, right? If you draw your whole deck, you should be winning that game. You have access to your to all your cards. You can pick the best ones, the best sequence ever, and you have 7 cards in your hand, and that's at a point in the game where your opponent likely have 2 or 3. So we'll see. There are a few cards that can lead to a win on the spot with this card here. There are a few ways already to do that, but we'll see if there's more. I'm not saying that they're efficient or good, but there are ways right now. And there will be a lot more in Immortal. You know, the Phoenixes, the Forges, you've got Sign of the Sun, you've got the action that replenishes your resources for the turn. There's a few things, you know, right from the start that comes to mind that could be very cool with this card. So we'll see, but there's a lot of ways to work. This is a teamy card. This is a combo card, so we'll see if someone can break it. That's the thing. This card is unplayable until it is broken, and when it's broken, it's just insane. But for the most part, it's just unplayable, and you're certainly not playing this card in draft or in any limited situation, unless the limited format becomes very slow somehow. So this was for Absolute Power. The next one we had was Friday this week, well, last week. So we got a news with a flashback that will be staying until we get the set to rotate with the set 6 coming in. We've got the new VIP alternate arts. These are worth going for. I mean, Lasgar's Vengeance is a very good playable standard card, so this makes sense. I really love that. Scars of War spoiler, we've got 2 art that got spoiled. This is very likely an action of some sort, and prophesizing something, I guess. And this is just a cool looking card. Don't know what it is, but it seems to be powerful. Can't wait to know what it is. And we've got another card that was spoiled in the Intrepid Conjurer. So, in short, this is a 1-cost 1 diamond threshold troop. It is a human warlock at rare. It is a 2/1 that reads 1 shot. When this becomes valorous, summon an Intrepid Conjurer. So, basically, he duplicates himself when you... well, it's not really duplicate. He summons himself. So, he summons another copy of himself, but a base copy, not a copy that is valorous. So, what happens is that if you have this in play, you play a valor on it, it creates another Intrepid Conjurer. So at that point you've got 1 Intrepid Conjurer with 3 attack and 2 defense because of valor, and the other is 2/1. And if you play another valor, you get another one. And if you play another valor on the other one, you get another one. And then you can change it. This is a very interesting, very cool card. It's not going to make the valor deck explode for the most part, but it's just another way to gain additional value from valor. And at some point, decks will be able to get a critical mass of these triggers when you play valor things, that when you play valor, you get a lot more than just 1 card worth of power, 1 card worth of effect. And when you get that critical mass, it becomes really, really cool. For the most part, though, this is a 2/1 for 1. So you're not putting this in your mid-range decks. You're not putting this in your control decks for the most part, unless there's a combo to be done with duplicating this guy. So really, where you put this in a very aggressive deck. So you will likely be playing the Conjurer with some amount of there's the Totem that is 2/1 for 1, and there's the other one that sacrifice to bring something back to your hand. So this card is very good. This is constructed playable power level. This is a bomb unlimited likely. And it is very, very cool card. It's just, I think a lot of people saw this and they just flipped the table and were screaming like the Valor deck is going to be insane because of this card. Not necessarily. We already have a lot of Valor shells that are not that aggressive, that plays the Satyr, that would play the the Hero of Element, when you're playing a Crusader as well. So you're going a bit bigger, you're not necessarily going super wide, and a lot of the time you're not going to play a Valor on your second turn. You're likely going to play a Valor on your fourth turn, because you're going to generate, you need time to generate Valor at some point, and you also need good troops. So so the sequencing here is a bit weird, but they're likely going to be a deck that is very aggressive with like 8 1-drops, 2 1s for 1s, and you play like another 1-drop that create the Valor on turn 2. You put a Valor on this guy, is now 3/2, and you have another 1-drop and another 2/1, and then you attack for 3, and on the next turn maybe you create another Valor, and now you're super wide. That could be a thing, but you need to be extremely aggressive for this card to be worthwhile. Because if you plan on playing this on turn 4-5, it's likely not going to cut it, and usually later in the game, unless you have a lot of ways to control the board, going wide with small troops, you need to have a lot of them. So we'll see. The card is not bad. The card is very good. The card is constructed power level straight from the game. The question is just, will we have a context where this card is good in constructed, like tier 1 good in constructed? We'll see. But the potential is there. The potential is there. That's my take on it. It get tossed by a lot of things, but Scars of War happens on turn 3. If you are on the play, you play this on turn 1. On turn 2, somehow you create a Valor and create another one, attack for 3. They get their turn 2, they're not wiping your board, maybe they put up a blocker. On your third turn, you can just swing for like 7-8 damage still. That's very, very good. That's not to be underestimated. This card alone on turn 1, on turn 2 can generate 3 damage, and on turn 3 can generate like 5 or 6 damage. So that's pretty good. So and again, you're playing a 1-drop 2/1 for 1. You're not playing around removal when you're doing that. You're playing to kill your opponent before they play removal. That's the whole point. You're not playing around removal with a card like that. That's not what you're doing. You're going for the kill. You want to play this on turn 1, and you're going for the kill. That's what you're doing with the card like that. So you're not playing around removal. But that card, funny enough, is a good way to play around removal, because you just play that 1 troop, attack on the second, play a Valor, attack on the second turn. Now you have 2 troops. If you have ways to create Valor again, then you just create Valor and create more troops, and all of a sudden you have a very good board position, and you only invested 1 card and a few Valor in it. That's very good. And if your opponent is just trying to 1-for-1 your troops, that's not going to work because you're duplicating your troops. So that's pretty good. So there will be ways. This card has a lot of uses, a lot of potential. There's a lot of shells where this is good. However, right now, the problem is that the speed at which we can create Valor is a problem right now. Because the best cards that are doing it are either 3 costs or 2 costs. And if you're playing this on turn 1, on turn 2, you're playing a troop or a card that creates a Valor, then on turn 3, you may be playing your Valor. So, on turn 3, you attack with this as a 3-2, plus your 2-drop that created Valor, and you've got 2 resources to work with. That might be good enough. I mean, you can burn opposing troop blockers, and then attack for 5 or 6 that turn, and the next turn you attack for 8, and you're pretty close to the kill already. So there's a lot of lines where this works really well. And yeah, 1 cost Valor creation would be very good. So what these cards need is a 1-drop that creates a Valor and put it into your hand. And we have one right now. We have Ghost Mage. So turn 1 Intrepid, turn 2 you play Ghost Mage, create a Valor, put it on the Intrepid Conjurer, attack for 3, and now you have a 2-2 and a Ghost Mage. Is that good enough? I don't know. Maybe on turn 3 you play an action or a constant that gives everything +1/+1. And now on turn 3 you swing for 8-9 damage. That's fairly good. I mean, for an aggressive line, that's fairly decent. That's nothing to sneeze at. If you don't insert a board, you're just going to die. And you're going to die on turn 3 or 4. So there's a lot of relevance to this card. This is a pretty cool card. It's not the end of the world. It's not OP. It's a good card. It might very well be ending up not being good because it's easy to counter. However, it puts a ton of pressure. And when it works, it's going to overwhelm you very quickly. The big question again is, how easy is it to find a lot of Valors to be played? We even have ways to make Valor cost 0, for instance. So there might be something to it as well. Because if you have a bunch of Valors in your hand and they cost 0, this thing becomes very good. Also note that this is a Warlock. So we'll see. Just a fun subtype, and this is a cool card. I can't wait for Scars of War. Maybe next week we get a release date, or maybe we'll start to see the Spoilers season start very, very soon. I don't know, but this is going to be a cool time playing X for sure. On that note, I will wish you guys a very great day. We'll see each other next week. Next week may very well be on Saturday. I'll be changing the schedule soon, so keep that in mind. Stay tuned for the news on the feed here on Twitch or on Twitter. I'll be uploading the video as always on YouTube. This time hopefully the audio won't be problematic. And for the rest, I wish you guys a very great day, rest of the Sunday, and see you later.